resets, but it appears to have not reset, so we are still on 350% boost. But I don't want to blow up anyone's speakers. So does that sound about right? Hey Mary, how you doing? Hey Amy, the sound is so bad. Okay. Like, could you expand on that maybe? Is it too loud? Okay. Okay, so we're having an issue. What about if we went down to... How about like that? Is that any better, Mary? Mic is buzzing. Okay. See, I knew something would happen. That's why we are running these tests. A screeching mic. What is that? What does that mean? Well, I'm going to have to play it back myself. Hang on a second. So let's have a look. What can we do about that? I think we have got rid of the screech. But now the question lies with volume. How is the volume? Oh no, the screech is back. Why is that? Why is that? Okay, well I blew... No, it's back. It's gone again. Bear with us, folks. Bear with us. You see, if we had people, this would all be handled in pre-production. We need people. See how we do there. Now what? Okay, I think we might have got rid of the screech. But now we've lost a monitor. Fuck. Come on, monitor. God damn it. Blow it up. So how are we all doing? Well, I hope. Is anybody stressed because their audio equipment is down or their visual equipment is down? Ah. You see, this is where I should get Soap to, I don't know, play the banjo or something, just to keep you guys entertained while we fix these issues. Soap, where is your banjo? Yes! Okay, now we're back. So, how is the volume? That's what we need to know now. Everything is working, but how is the volume? There's no buzzing, coisa foffa. Yeah, let me know the volume. Amy, Michelle, or anybody. I think the buzz is gone. The monitor is back. The volume's good. Are you sure it's not too loud? I mean, what about if we let's just play? This sort of ruined my intro. I had notes and everything, but I mean, most of us know where we are, don't they? They're going to discuss the gas cans. Of course, the gas cans. She had too many of them. You know, you were worried that you were going to run out of gas in the middle of the desert. I mean, you're on a main highway. I think one would be enough to get you to a gas station. You're not driving in, uh, Kenya or something. It's the United States. They love gas stations in the United States. There are many. So yeah, I mean, too many gas cans and you filled them up. The other excuse you had was, okay, this is a very expensive road trip. I'm on a budget and I'm going to be saving costs. Now I know that it's cheaper to get gas in Nevada than it is California. So when I get to Nevada, I'm going to fill up the entire car and every gas can I can fit in the car with um, cheap gas in Nevada to save what? 17 cents a gallon? If that? Okay, okay, okay. The only problem is with that, Jody, is you filled them all up in California, the very state that you were trying to avoid the excessive, expensive costs of gas. Yeah, so it really didn't work. Can you imagine how much these gas cans would be worth now if we could locate them? You got to think some sick auction somewhere, could go for anything, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Perhaps we could give one to Kirk Nomi, that he could use as a lunchbox. That's actually not a bad idea. For petrol heads, they would love that. Convert a gas can, a nice steel gas can with an old school logo, embossed into the can, convert that into a lunchbox. We make barbecues out of anything, oil drums, gas canisters. I want to see more lunchboxes being made from gasoline receptacles. Just clean it out. Anyway, that's what we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be looking at a bunch of receipts. We're going to be looking at quantities or perhaps volumes would be. Actually, I don't want to use that word ever again. Volume and screech. I never want to hear the word volume or screech again. So now here comes the second audio test, guys. How is the microphone audio compared with the video audio? I mean, is it good?
I'm asking you, the question is this: isn't it true that before you went on the trip, you told them you were going to Mesa?
No, that is not true.
All right. Isn't it true that as part of one or another conversation that you had, you told them that you were going to go to Arizona to visit some friends?
No, I said Utah.
You didn't. I'm asking you whether or not it's true that you told him that you were going to Mesa to visit some friends before you took the trip.
No, I said Utah.
I'm not asking you what you said, am I?
Yes, you have.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you are.
You're thinking, my question to you is asking you what you told them? Is that what you think it is? Whether or not you told them that you were going to go to Utah? Do you think that that's what the question was?
No.
The question was, isn't it true, ma'am, that you discussed with Mr. Brewer before the trip that you took that you needed the gas cans to go and visit friends in Mesa, Arizona? What is your answer to that?
My answer is no, I told him Utah.
And I'm asking you whether or not you think I'm asking you what you told him. Am I asking you what you told him?
That's kind of my interpretation of it. It's a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no question, isn't it?
And I answered no 3 times, yes.
And you also added something 3 times, didn't you?
Yes, the truth.
Am I asking you whether you're telling the truth?
You have asked me that.
Am I asking you right now if you're telling the truth?
I don't know that I've ever seen a prosecutor be so restrictive on the answers of a defendant witness, you know. I mean, we all know the scene with Georgia Cappleman, Charlie Adelson, where it's like, you've answered my question. Next, you know, it's a yes or no. I should be able to ask him a yes or no. And Charlie Adelson's like, would you please let me answer your question in full? And she says, yeah, okay, knock yourself out. You know, totally different style. Totally different style. But Juan Martinez has his own style. He's unique.
I don't know, are you?
Well, have you heard that question prior to you saying that?
Oh, that was a good one, actually. We've got to go back for a little context on the Jodi Arias sass. I don't know. Can you imagine arguing with her in a personal relationship? What a nightmare that would be.
No question.
It is a yes or no question, isn't it?
And I answered no 3 times, yes.
And you also added something 3 times, didn't you?
Yes, the truth.
Am I asking you whether you're telling the truth?
You have asked me that.
Am I asking you right now if you're telling the truth?
I don't know, are you?
Well, have you heard that question prior to you saying that?
Yes.
You heard that question immediately before I'm telling the truth. The prosecutor asking you if you were telling the truth, you heard the prosecutor say that.
Not immediately.
Pardon?
Not immediately.
So the answer is yes or no. Did you hear the question immediately before you gave the answer that you were telling the truth?
No, not immediately.
So you did have these conversations with Mr. Brewer, and you decided to get the gas cans. Why don't you just go and buy some gas cans?
They were expensive.
And when you say they were expensive, how much is a gas can?
I don't remember, but it wasn't in my budget for my travels.
And you wanted 2 of them, right?
I don't know, I guess whatever you had.
So if you would have had 6, you would have taken 6?
No, they wouldn't have fit.
And these gas cans, when you picked them up, where did you put them?
In the trunk.
In the back?
Yes.
So you rented this car, and this car had some floor mats, correct?
No, it did not.
So then you get into this car, and you pick it up, you go back to sleep, right?
Yes, back at my brother's house.
I didn't ask you where, did I?
No.
I asked you if you went back to sleep, right?
Yes.
So you went back to sleep, and at some point, you then started to go on your trip for reals, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right, and about what time was that?
I want to say late morning, but I'm not too sure.
And you then drove south till you got to the Monterey.
Did Juan Martinez just use the phrase for reals? What do we need to do that to ban? What do we need to do to ban that from the English language? For reals. That's such a Chandler Halderson, Cat Melander level.
California area, correct?
I stopped again and slept, and then continued driving south.
What did you say?
I stopped again and slept, and then I continued driving south.
Did any?
Yeah, my magic trip. I do all this road tripping. I drove over 100 miles in the wrong direction, lost my phone, got stranded, ran out of gas, slept at a truck stop for 12 hours. When you add it up, Jodi, it's a lot. It's a lot. There are clinically retarded people that have never been outside that would do better on a multi-state road trip than you, if that were the case. Okay.
Anybody ask you whether or not you slept?
Well, you just asked me.
I asked you whether or not you slept. Is that what my question was?
Yes, you asked if I went to sleep.
No, I asked you when you started your trip, did you make it to Monterey, California? Do you remember me asking you that?
I remember you asking something like that, but not worded that way.
When you say something like that, again, it seems that you have a problem with your memory. Do you have a problem with your memory today?
Not in this particular case.
Okay, so after you woke up, after sleeping at your sister's house, did you begin your trip?
Yes.
And did you eventually make it to the Monterey, California area?
Yes.
And what time did you get there?
It was very, very late. I think it was even the 3rd in the morning because we had stopped in Santa Cruz first.
So you got there on the 3rd, you believe, but in any event, it was late, correct?
Yeah, it was past midnight, I think, by the time we got to Monterey.
And so in terms of miles, how many miles are we talking about?
From where to where?
From the place that you left your sister to Monterey, wherever it is that you went, and you arrived around midnight or after, or in the early morning hours of June 3rd.
Well, I'm not particularly sure. I'd say somewhere in the ballpark of 500 miles.
And so,
I know more by hours, not miles.
okay, how many hours then?
From Redding to Santa Cruz, it was approximately 6.5 to 7 hours.
And in Santa Cruz, did you meet anybody?
Yes.
And that's where you met Mr. McCartney, correct?
Yes, and his roommate.
And did I ask you again if you met his roommate?
You asked if I met anybody.
No, I asked you if you met Mr. McCartney. Do you remember that question?
Yes, and I answered yes.
And so you met Mr. McCartney, and you spent the night at a place where he was living, right?
Yes.
And what time did you get up the next morning?
I don't remember, but it would have been in the morning.
I understand it was the morning. Would it have been really early, or would it not be so early in the morning?
It would have been before Jack had to go to school, so whatever time that was, it couldn't have been too late.
What time did Jack have to go to school?
I don't.
Sally, how you doing? Are you wearing a kosher style hoodie right now? That's awesome. Should we show everyone that thing? How do we do that? I know we can do that. Let's do that. Go to downloads. Downloads. Huh. Yeah, check that out. Look at that fantastic merch. Went all the way to Oregon in just one day. Or a week. Thank you, Sally. Get back to this.
I don't remember.
And so Did you have plans already to meet up with Mr. McCartney, or is it a situation where you got on the phone on the road, called him up, and said, hey, I'm coming down there, can we meet?
It was definitely beforehand because I was going to crash there.
So when did you speak to him beforehand? Was it a week or so before? Was it days before you left? What was it?
I don't know. We spoke here and there. I don't know.
All right, and did Mr. McCartney go with you the next morning to meet with Mr. Brewer?
No.
So you did go over to Mr. Brewer's house, and one of the reasons that you went over was to talk to or see Jack, the son, right?
That was one of the reasons.
And you also had breakfast there, correct?
Yes.
And you also checked your email there, correct?
I think it was my MySpace
Pardon?
email. Yeah, what was my MySpace account?
Well, when you say that you checked your MySpace account, is your email included in the MySpace account?
There is an email system, but not my main email.
I'm asking if you checked when you checked your MySpace account, did you check any email in the MySpace account?
I don't remember.
Did you check, you mentioned that you had another email system. Did you check that other email system?
I don't remember. Probably not. I think it was just MySpace.
And what was the purpose for checking that, the MySpace account?
Hadn't done it in a few days, so.
And so you check that, and then at some point, you get some gas cans, right?
Yes.
And when in this whole sequence of events do you get the gas cans?
Sometime while I was visiting with him. I don't remember how it happened.
Was it before or after Jack left for school?
I don't remember.
And what color were the gas cans?
They were red
And where did you put them?
in the trunk.
And that would be in the back, correct?
Yes.
Where was your luggage?
In the trunk.
Same place with the same area as the gas cans?
Yes.
And how much time do you spend there with Mr. Brewer?
I don't know. I think it was somewhere like a half hour, it felt like. I don't really remember.
And then you leave, right?
Yes.
But you come back again, right?
Yes.
To return a remote, right?
Right.
What kind of remote are you returning?
It was for either his TV or his DVD player, I think.
How is it that it found its way?
That's such a Jodi Arias thing to do, isn't it? You know? Accidentally pack someone's DVD player remote into her luggage so that she, that's just in the bank. I have a reason to return and invade your life, even unannounced, because I'm doing a good deed by returning your remote that I accidentally, inadvertently took. Classic Jodi. You know, she did the same thing with Travis and the DVDs with photographs, right? Oh, they're in Wairika. I'll have to drop those down to you. If Jodi Arias came to your house, she would definitely take something that you need but might not notice. You know, in order to have a reason to return to you. She's fucking nuts.
Way into your car?
I don't know. I think that it
Well,
was,
don't speculate. You don't know, right?
no, it was already with him. I drove away with it on accident. I don't know how I got it.
All right. And then after you returned it, you drove to Salinas, right?
Yes.
And in Salinas, you did a number of things, right?
Not really. I just did a few things.
Pardon?
I just did a few things.
Right. You did your nails, right?
Yes.
And you said it took quite a while, right?
I had to wait for a while. Yes.
In other words, the doing of the nails didn't take a long time. The fact that you probably didn't have an appointment is what took some time, right?
Yes. There are no appointments there.
And then you left Salinas and continued your trip, right? And this would be on the 3rd, right?
That's correct.
About what time was it?
It was afternoon, but I don't know what time.
You told us about the gas cans from Mr. Brewer, right?
That's right.
But you forgot to tell us something else, didn't you?
You haven't asked me yet.
Well, isn't it true that there was more than 2 gas cans involved here, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination involving the gas cans, didn't you?
Yes.
And you never testified about a 3rd gas can, did you?
No.
And this 3rd gas can, you actually bought it in Salinas, didn't you?
Yes.
And you bought it from Walmart, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And not only do you have 2 5-gallon gas cans, you have another gas can. How many? What's the capacity of this one?
It was the same size. No, I think it was, I don't know. It was the same size, I think.
You think it was, so now you have a capacity of 15 gallons, right?
At that moment, I did.
Well, you're saying like at that moment. Did the size of these gas cans change so that it would go from a 15-gallon capacity down to a lesser capacity?
Objection. You can go to the bathroom.
I sustain the objection.
With regard to, you keep saying that at that point you had that capacity. Was there something involving these gas cans that would not allow you to fill them up to their capacity later on?
Yes, there was.
And what is that?
I returned the gas can.
You returned it back, right?
Yes.
So that you now have a capacity of still 10 gallons, right?
Yes.
Maximum, right?
Yes.
So then why is it, ma'am, that was
Okay, so you know, I measure fuel in liters, and gallons, it's confusing with imperial gallons and US gallons. Let me just check. But I would guess a Ford Focus of that period would have a capacity in the gas tank of about 50 liters. 40 to 50 liters, which is what? Liters to US gallons. Well, that's all it is? No. So 1 gallon is 3.78 liters. So 50 liters would be 13 gallons. Okay, yeah, because he said that it was 12-gallon tank, right? 45 liters, good guess. So that is about 400 to 500 miles range. But he's saying that she's got a 10-gallon, you know, external jerry can. I mean, that would be huge. You wouldn't even be able to pick that up easily. I'm just trying to think, because, you know, if she's got 3, that is a ton of range.
when you go to the Arco, you fill up with gas, you remember that?
Yes.
And then you go inside and exhibit number 237.012, do you see that there?
Yes.
That's a capacity of 10 gallons, right? Or approximately, it's 9.5494 gallons, right?
Yes.
And then 237.013, it's 2.77 gallons, right?
I mean, that's enormous. A regular gas can here is 5 liters, which is 1.5 gallons. You know,
Where does it say that? Oh, yeah, I see that.
So you're saying that these gas cans then have a larger capacity now?
I don't know what the capacity was.
Well, you remember Mr. Brewer saying they were 5-gallon gas cans, right?
I don't know if he said that or not.
You were here when he testified, right?
I was physically here, yes. Sometimes I space out.
Pardon?
I was physically here, yes. Sometimes I space out.
And so you're saying that throughout the trial...
hey Sally, I think you might be accidentally deleting people's messages. So I don't know. Are you using your phone with your nose? Because that would not be advised. Okay. I can't. Sorry to anyone who's getting a message deleted by our good friend Mr. Pinto Peabody. I'm sure it's an accident. And yeah, Sally, I don't know if you might be clicking on something or holding something. I don't know what device you're using, but please stop deleting people's messages. That'd be great.
You may have spaced out and not paid attention to what's going on?
During other people's testimonies, sometimes my mind wanders.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
And you don't remember then specifically what Mr. Brewer may have said. Is that what you're saying?
I remember some things he said. Almost all.
But not everything.
Not every single thing.
Well, 237.011. Do you see that it says Arco and it's in Pasadena?
Yes.
Do you see the address there?
Yes.
What's the address? Read it for me.
3706 East Foot.
All right, I'm just on some. This is Walmart's website, right? Can we bring it up? Can we bring it up? Hang on. 1080. Scroll and white. Okay. So, I mean, they have. I just need to make that bigger. They've got 5-gallon, which is big, 2-gallon, which is regular. Even this huge big green one down here, $34.99, is 5.3, 20 liters, which is huge. I'm curious to know, has anybody ever heard of a 10-gallon gas can? Because that's practically the capacity of the fucking car that's, strapped to the undercarriage of the automobile. I find it hard to believe. You couldn't pick that up. Jodi Arias couldn't pick up a 10-gallon gas can. I mean, maybe she could, but, to maneuver it and pour it would be very awkward. Is there a mistake here? Maybe they're actually talking in liters, but that wouldn't happen. All right. Has anybody ever heard of a 10-gallon portable jerry can, gas can? I'd be interested to know. Because, you know, aside from being the ideal size for a lunchbox for Kirk Nurmi, you know, you could fit a whole rack of lamb in that with potatoes, you know, which he would love to have for lunch to himself. Okay, let's go back to our video. I'm going to check these receipts too. It's fine, Sally. Don't worry about it. But yeah, no, it's fine. But I think maybe perhaps you were scrolling and then accidentally holding and clicking delete everyone's message. So yeah, don't worry about it. But try and not do that. That'd be great. Where's our thing? This thing.
Hill Boulevard,
And the city and state?
Pasadena, California, 92553.
And it does talk about a debit account, you see that?
Yes,
Talks about a date of June 3rd, 2008, right?
yes.
And a time of 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
So here we've got 8.3 gallons. I mean, that must be going in the car.
Then it talks about being at pump number 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it talks about the amount of gallons that are involved, right?
Yes.
8.301 gallons. And there's the price there, right?
Yes.
That is for you filling up the car, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, you were there though, right?
Yes.
And this is first in the sequence at 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you don't know whether or not this is part of filling up the car with gas then?
I don't remember what order I filled
All
out.
right, well, you remember that we were talking about 2 5-gallon gas cans, right?
Yes,
5 plus 5 is 10, right?
that's right.
This is 8.301. Do you see that?
Yes.
So this is not the capacity, if you will, of the up to 10 gallons for those 2 gas cans, correct?
It has that capacity, so that's not correct. It's not the maximum capacity.
No, it isn't, right? So
That's
there's no
right.
reason to believe that this could be the gas cans. If you're going to take these gas cans, presumably you're going to fill them up to the top, right?
Objections, presuming something is not in evidence.
Restate your question.
You were taking those gas cans for a reason, right?
Yes.
And that was to have extra gas, right?
Originally it was. so
Yes
that
or no? Was it to have extra gas available to you?
At one point, yes. At another point, no.
Well, and if you want to have extra gas available to you, don't you want to have the maximum amount?
I guess.
Well, no, you were driving. You're the one that asked to borrow these gas cans. If you have let's just say 10 gallons of space available, and you want to make sure that you have enough gas, wouldn't you fill it up to approximately 10 gallons?
Objection, what's the relevance of this? It's 8.3 gallons.
I don't know.
Ma'am, what's going on is that Exhibit 237.001 is you filling up that Ford Focus with gas, isn't it?
I don't remember what order I filled up.
And this was at 8:42 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you went and you pumped your own gas, didn't you?
Yes.
And then and you paid with a debit card. Do you see that?
Yes.
You had a MasterCard back then, right?
I don't remember what it was, MasterCard or Visa.
But you paid for that with a credit card or Visa or MasterCard, whatever it was, right?
Yes.
With regard to the gas that you purchased inside, which is 237.012,
237.012. Somebody wants the Discord link apparently, so here it is. Welcome to anyone joining us. Don't forget to leave a like on the video, guys. Subscribe, share, leave a comment. And if you want to support the channel, you can at that fantastic link at the top right of the screen, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics.
you paid cash, right?
That's right.
And cash is harder to track in terms of sales than a credit transaction. Wouldn't you agree?
Not if you save the receipt.
Not if you save your receipt. What if you don't save your receipt, ma'am? Wouldn't you agree that a cash transaction is harder to keep track of than a credit transaction?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And in this case, you initially said, I want to pay $40, right?
Yes.
And then it's the amount of gallons that you got for that was 9.594 gallons, correct?
Yes.
And that was the $40, right?
Yes.
Do you see the time there?
That would be 10:53.
Well, how about 846.50? If we, you see the 2046.50, wouldn't that be 846.50?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's correct.
And that is 4 minutes after the transaction and 237.001. Do you see that?
Yes. Wait, what was the other time? I'm sorry.
There's 842.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
846.50. Do you see that?
Yes. I was sorry, I was looking at the other time on the top.
Do you see that right there?
Yes.
It's 846.50, right?
Okay.
So that's 4 minutes after the transaction. That's the debit transaction, right?
Yes.
And then you have 237.013. It's the same Arco, right?
Yes.
And this one is at what time?
This one is at, what time was it?
How about 8:53?
53, yes.
And that's 5 minutes later than the transaction involving the approximately 10 gallons of gas, right?
Yes.
And during that time, that 5 minutes, that would allow you to go from the inside out to your car again, wouldn't it? 5
Yes.
minutes. It was that close, correct?
Yes.
And the time span between Exhibit 237.001, which is 8:42, to the next one, which is 8:46, which is 4 minutes, that would give you time.
This is brilliant. I mean, so she fills up the car, pays with a card, traceable, can reference a payment later if need be. Then goes to the secret gas cans, fills up the car, goes in, pays with a card. Comes back out, all sneaky, gets the secret gas cans, fills those up, then go back and paid with untraceable cash. It really is a testament to how thorough Juan Martines was in this case. I think with so many, even really great prosecutions, Chandler Halderson, even Kappelman, often we're left with questions. We're left with parts of the story that they don't go into, because they don't really need to. Someone was asking on one of the comments today about the Chandler Halderson case that we covered recently. Check that out on our channel page. What happened to the silver bars? Were there silver bars? Chandler was saying, oh yeah, My parents, they emptied the safe of all the cash and precious metals, about $4,000 in cash, and all these silver bars. And someone was asking, well, did he actually take those and bury them somewhere so that he wouldn't need to split them with Brother Mitch? No, it was never mentioned. I mean, it was mentioned, but it wasn't, there was no answer sought after in the trial. It didn't need to happen. It wasn't that important, but we were left with questions. Juan Martines, I don't think he left us with any questions. Right? He got everything, which is rare, even with the best ones.
Time to go back between the car and the register or inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And so now, we know that at that particular gas station, you spent $237.011, I'm sorry. It's $35 there, right?
Yes.
And 6 cents, but let's leave the cents aside. And $237.012, that's $40. So far you spent $75 in gas, right?
Yes.
And then if you add from 237.013, if you add 9, because we're rounding up, you're now talking $84 in gas that you spent, right?
I don't know, I'm not good at math, but okay.
Assuming the math is correct,
Assuming the math is correct.
it's between $80 and $84 in gas that you spent, correct?
Yes.
And so you've now driven all the way down there, and one of the reasons that you told us on direct examination that you wanted these gas cans was that gas was cheaper in Arizona and Utah. Do you remember telling us that on direct?
No, I said Nevada and Utah.
All right, gas is cheaper in Nevada and Utah, right?
Yes.
You weren't filling up in Nevada or Utah, were you?
No.
You were filling up in California, right?
Yes.
Where the gas is as expensive there as it is probably throughout the state, right?
No.
Or well, it was expensive in California, isn't it?
More than Nevada and Utah, yes.
And so you had actually, and California is kind of a progressive state in the sense that it has gas stations almost everywhere, doesn't it?
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Restate your question.
On your travels on that date, you went from the Monterey area down to Salinas. Any trouble seeing any gas stations there?
No.
From Salinas all the way down to Pasadena. Any problem seeing any gas stations there?
No.
So it seems that your fears about gas in California were not well founded then, right? There was gas in places that you were traveling in California, right?
I didn't have any fears in California of that, so no.
You had fears somewhere else, correct?
Yes.
Arizona, for example, right?
No.
Well, you did end up going through Arizona, right?
Yes, I did.
And so, presumably, is that where the fears were, in Arizona?
No, I'd driven that highway many times. I knew where the gas stations were there.
So you didn't really have a need for gas if you're going to drive through Arizona then, right?
No, that's right, yes.
Pardon?
That's right.
And you were telling us, though, that approximately every 150 to 170 miles, your car was running out of gas. Do you remember telling us that?
150 to 170 miles?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, do you remember that you said that you had problems with that your Ford Focus had problems with gas, that it was using too much gas on direct examination?
I remember running out quickly, yes.
Well, you told us that this car, the Ford Focus, was using an inordinate amount of gas, correct?
No, that wasn't my thought.
Well,
It ran out of gas quickly.
you told us that from Pasadena, then you filled up at Desert Center, right?
Yes.
That's approximately 170 miles down the road, right?
I don't know.
Well, you drove it.
It sounds right.
Objection, foundation, she asked, man.
Sustained. Ask another question.
And after that, you then said that you drove out to Buckeye and you filled up there, right?
Yes.
That's approximately another 170 miles, right?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
I guess.
Well, you did drive that, though. You
Yes,
did
I
tell
did.
us that, right?
Yes.
And you told us that both of those times you filled up, right?
Yes.
And you filled that car up with 12 gallons of gas approximately every time, right?
Whatever it would have been, I filled up, I think.
Well, if you were running low, we've already seen the capacity, then it would be approximately 12 gallons, wouldn't it?
Yes, I guess.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you said that you filled up in Winnemucca, right? And your car was low, ran out of gas, right?
It did not run out of gas. I was low.
Oh, so it didn't run out of gas, and yet you were able to put over 12 gallons worth of gas in Winnemucca, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you are running low on gas in Desert Center, that would mean that you would put approximately 12 gallons worth of gas, right?
Approximately.
And then from that point over to Buckeye, you said you put gas into the car again, right?
Yes, I did.
So that would mean that you would put another 12 gallons worth of gas in the car if it was running low, based on the previous computations.
Overruled. You may answer.
If you base it on those computations, but I stopped in Buckeye because the Shell station there always had cheap gas.
I'm not asking you whether or not it had cheap gas, right? Am I?
No.
Do you remember that on direct examination, the way you prefaced this was that, oh, this car used an inordinate or a lot of gas. Do you remember telling us that portion?
Yes.
And that as a consequence of that, do you remember telling us that you stopped at Desert Center, right? And
Yes,
put gas in it.
I did.
And then you also said, and because of this problem that it was running low on gas, you also stopped in Buckeye, right? You told us that,
Yes,
right?
I did.
So if this car is running low on gas, that means that it's close to empty, right?
Yes.
And so that would mean that if it's close to empty, it would be around 12 gallons that you put at Desert Center inside the car tank, right?
Approximately.
Approximately. And then it would be another 12 gallons worth of gas there at Buckeye, right?
Presumably, yes.
Well, given the computations that we have going. And then you made your way over to Mesa, right?
Yes, I did.
And how long did it take you to get to Mesa?
That hour of the morning, not long because there was no traffic.
And how much gas did you use?
I don't know.
And all the while you have these gas cans full of gas, right?
Yes, I did.
And because you filled up in Pasadena, correct?
Yes.
And where did you put these gas cans?
They were in my trunk.
And again, in the back part of the trunk?
Yes.
And you maintain that this third gas can, that you did not have a third gas can then, right?
No, not at that time.
When you keep saying that at that time, I'm asking after Salinas, you did not have that gas can, right?
That's correct.
Take a look at 237.008. Do you see that? Do you see the receipt?
Yes.
And at the very bottom it says 5G. That actually means 5 gallons, right?
Yes.
Caro Carb is the type of gas can, correct?
Yes.
And it's $12.96, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, at the time that you bought it, one of the things that you were telling us was that you were very financially strapped, for lack of a better phrase, right?
That's right.
So if you want to save on gas, which is on the price of gas, which is what you say is your ultimate goal, right?
At the time that I wanted gas cans, that was my ultimate goal.
Right. So that was your ultimate goal at the time that you talked to Mr. Brewer, right?
That's correct.
So if you want to save on gas, why is it then that you're willing to pay $13 for a gas can, which would increase, if you will, the price of travel
Well,
by $13?
that wasn't a calculation that I made when I bought it. That's why I returned it.
Do you have the receipt that you took it back?
I didn't get a receipt.
So Walmart did not give you any documentation whatsoever when you took that gas can back?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm asking you just whether, I just want to be as clear as we can about this. You believe that when you took that gas can back, Walmart did not give you any written document evidencing that or showing that?
I don't recall having to fill anything out or any documents regarding that, no.
You weren't even given a printout or anything at all, right?
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying I don't remember.
And you would agree, though, that if you bought the gas can and it was approximately $13, it would not make any financial sense if you were looking to save for gas, correct?
I do agree with that.
And the other thing is, if you're looking to save for gas and you're trying to do this, wouldn't it have made more sense to have filled up in Pasadena, then driven up to Nevada, if that's where you were going?
Wendy and Jodi, they're doing different things. Wendy's not a defendant. But I'm telling you, Jodi is a far, far more versatile operator than Wendy. You could put Jodi in a much, much wider range of situations to manipulate things to her advantage over Wendy. I think Wendy's much more evil, much sicker than Jodi. I mean, Wendy's the worst of the worst for me. But in terms of ability, she's limited. And, you know, to say who did better on the stand, I don't think that's a relevant. I don't think that's a relevant comparison to make. But in observing their prowess, overall manipulative prowess, Jodi beats the fuck out of Wendy.
And once you get to Nevada, fill up the gas cans. Wouldn't it have made more sense then?
Yes, it would have if that were my goal.
Well, your goal at that time when you were filling up was to travel up to Utah. Didn't you tell us that?
Yes.
So you didn't do that though, right?
I did not end up going directly to Utah.
I'm not saying whether or not you ended up going directly to Utah. At the time that you filled up these cans, your plans were to go to Utah, weren't they?
Yes.
Because of the time on there, correct?
Yes.
Previously, you had told us that you didn't speak to Mr. Alexander until after that, right?
That's right.
In fact, you were at getting some coffee or something, right? At Starbucks, something like that. Or some drink at Starbucks, correct?
Yeah, strawberry drink.
Right, at Starbucks, right?
Yes.
And so...
Strawberry drink. I knew it was strawberries. Someone was asking me the other day what her Starbucks drink was. And I said, something with strawberries. Let's look that up. What is a Starbucks strawberry drink? Well, it looks like it would be... Do you think it was a milky... There's a milky one and a cold ice fruity one. What do we think Jodi got? Do you think Jodi went for the milky strawberry drink or the fruity ice drink? We have some pictures. Straw ice, and save image. Straw milk. See if we can put these up side by side. Oh, do you remember this from yesterday, though? In Monterey, they found Isom and Everett. Love it. God bless you guys. There's a couple of gas couple of 10-gallon gas can lunchboxes. Try and say that. A couple of 10-gallon gas can lunchboxes coming your way with a full rack of lamb. Okay, so here's the milk drink. Uh-huh. So, I mean, I could see her drinking that. Everyone got a snapshot in your mind. Now we'll go to the ice drink. Which looks much more modern. I'd say this is a higher class drink. I'm stumped. I don't know which one she'd choose. What do people in the comments think? Bet she likes it milky. Yes. You know, but it is hot. Do you really want to be drinking milk in the desert? I think maybe an ice drink. Anyway, that's not the mystery we're here to solve.
If you are going to go from Pasadena to Nevada, you can make it on a tank of gas, can't you?
I love this, Michelle. Get a damn coffee like an adult. An adult. Yeah, I agree. And just straight black, not a fucking seasonal, heavily marketed liquid cake that they sell at every opportunity. What is a cinnamon pumpkin spice latte? I don't want to find out.
Overruled.
I've never driven that freeway, so, I mean, this is the USA, so I would guess yes, but I've never driven that road, especially not at night. So.
You didn't think that perhaps all that way from Pasadena to Las Vegas there wouldn't be a gas station? Did you believe that that was the case?
No, I didn't believe that was the case.
So if you really are trying to save on gas, you would have continued driving through California and filling up in California until you got to Nevada, and then you would have been able to purchase the cheaper gas, right?
That was a long question. I'm sorry, will you say it again?
Well, it would have made more financial sense for you to keep driving from Pasadena northeastbound, until you got closer to the border, right?
That's right.
And then when you got to Nevada, then it would have made more sense to fill the gas cans, right?
Financially, yes.
And that was your goal, correct?
At the time I got the gas cans, that was my goal.
Your goal changed, apparently, is what you're saying, right?
I still wanted to save gas, but my priority changed.
Okay, and so with regard to exhibit number 237.012, this is the one that's approximately 10 gallons. And then 237.013, it's approximately 2.7 gallons. You see that?
Yes.
You were the person that actually put the gas into the gas cans, right?
That's right.
And you know that one of the gas cans was 5 gallons, right?
Yes.
The other was 5 gallons, right?
Well, I believe it was because that's what Daryl said.
They were the same size, weren't they?
They were the same size.
And so if that's the capacity, the most that each can carry is about 10 gallons, right?
Yes, I guess.
Yeah, you were able to put 10 gallons plus 2.774 gallons in containers, weren't you?
No, I think the other one, the 10-gallon, was probably the car.
Was what?
Probably the car, I would guess.
What did you, tard?
Car.
So you're saying that this one...
Card. So let's just try and check this out. So, where's our map? We'll go to the maps. So, oh, that's big. Shit. Fucking hell, how big is this? Hang on, we've got to zoom out here. Zoom out. I guess she likes driving. So, we've got. We need a car icon. How can we get a car icon? How about this one? There we go. So she starts in Reading, right? And goes down to Monterey, which is somewhere here, I think. Then on to Santa Cruz. On to Santa Cruz, somewhere there-ish. Pasadena. Then quickly down to Mesa. Then back up to Pasadena. And then I guess she goes straight up. Straight up here to Utah, to Salt Lake. Then back over to Winnemucca, where we know that she stopped for gas. Through Reno, back to Highway 5, and up to Reading to drop off the car at the airport. But the way that he's talking about it is she filled up in Pasadena with her apparent intent to head up straight up. I guess that's the 15. I don't know. It's not on the map. But then lied to everyone and went to Mesa and then back. I mean, and that's a ways, man. I think that's about 400 miles, I'm guessing, from LA to, that is a considerable distance to do there and back. And then go all the way up here. And then across the whole of Nevada. Oh my God, it's just, there's too much driving in this trip. There's so much room for error on the road, It would have made more sense to kill him while she was living in Mesa. There's less to go wrong, The slightest accident she had with another car on the road while she's on this stretch, which is what? The 10? I don't know. But on this stretch, the slightest accident that might not even be her fault with another car, a truck, whatever, protocol is that they'll stop and possibly need to call the police. And that might not be something she has control over, you know. It's crazy. It's crazy, her plan.
This one right here, 2.237.012 went to the car.
That's very possible.
And you're saying that this one right here, 237.001, went into the gas can. Is that what you're saying?
That sounds right.
Oh, thank you so much, Michelle, for leading by a fantastic example. Look at that. That would be the first super chat of the night. Maybe anyone else, like other viewers, who is able, will follow Michelle's fantastic lead. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Okay. Why are you breaking it up then, this purchase? If you're going to put 10 gallons in the gas can, what you're saying is you went to the pump, went to the gas cans, and you put 8.3 gallons worth of gas in it, right?
Yes.
Then you made that debit transaction, right?
Yes.
And then you put gas in the car, according to you, right
Yes.
here, at 8:46, right?
Right.
You went inside to do that, right?
I think so, yes.
Well, no, it says initial payment. You can't pay at the pump, right?
Sometimes you can, but I don't know
Well, you
about
think you can pay at the pump there, right?
If I remember correctly, I don't know about Arco, so, I mean, I prepaid is what I know.
Yeah, you did prepay, and you prepaid inside, didn't you?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, let's just get to the bottom of this. You say that you don't know. It's 237.012. Do you see right here?
Oh, yes, clerk.
Well, let me just ask the question. It's clerk 2525, right?
Yes.
That means you went inside, right?
Objection.
I don't know. I would guess, says clerk.
Well,
Went outside. What?
before we
Clerk 2525. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily mean that she went, oh, instead of pay at the pump. Yeah, okay.
it's clerk 2525, right?
Yes.
That means you went inside, right?
Objection.
I don't know. I would guess, says clerk.
Well, did you go inside?
I know I went inside at one point, but I don't know which payment I went inside for, so.
And 237.011, you see a clerk there anywhere?
No.
And then, 4 minutes later, I'm sorry, it's 2046 and 2053, which is 7 minutes later. So 237.012, you see the time there, right? 2046, right?
Yes.
And then 237.013 is 2053. You see that?
Yes.
7 minutes later, you go back inside, right?
7 minutes later from
7 minutes later.
the 8 gallons?
From
Is that what you're saying?
2046. I'm just looking at times here.
Okay.
Well, no, do you have any reason to doubt the authenticity of these records?
No.
So 7 minutes later, first of all, you go in at 8:46 and you pay for the gas, right? With cash.
Yes.
Then, you then go back.
Thank you so much, Daphne. That's very kind of you. Oh,
And you pay for more gas, right?
Yes.
And then, before that, at 8:42, you pay for more gas again, right?
Yes.
What you're doing, man, is actually filling up the 2 5-gallon gas cans first. Aren't you doing that first?
I don't know if I filled them, but I don't remember what order I did.
And after you filled that, you filled up the 3rd gas can, didn't you?
I didn't have a 3rd.
And before you did all of that, you put gas in your car, right?
I don't remember what order I did it.
After that, well, still in Pasadena, you decided to go to a Starbucks, right?
Yes.
And that was around 9 o'clock in the evening, right?
Somewhere that sounds right.
Well, that's what you told us. Can you give us a closer approximation?
No.
So you go there, and one of the things that you said is that you've got a strawberry drink, something like that?
Yeah, strawberry frappuccino.
And
We solved the mystery. It's a strawberry frappuccino. I think someone said that earlier in the comments. I don't know if that was if they were showing off their memory or just guessing, but it is a strawberry frappuccino, and I think we should look at it again. Okay. So that's what the milky one is, right? Who goes to Starbucks? Is this a strawberry frappuccino? Like as seen on TV? So that is exactly what she got. I think maybe Amy, you should go to Starbucks tomorrow and get one of these. And post a review as if you're Jodi Arias, right? A review written, you need to get into character and write a review as if you are Jodi Arias.
while you were there, you called Mr. Burns, right?
Mr. Burns, where's Patricia Burns? Is she in tonight?
I don't know if I called him from Starbucks, but I know we talked a few times that night.
And the plan was still for you to go up to Utah, right?
Yes.
And if you were to leave Pasadena at about the time that you said that you were going to leave, you would have arrived up in the West Jordan area at about maybe 10, 11 o'clock the next morning, right?
If I drove straight through.
Oh my God, I've just received a true life photograph of a strawberry frappuccino from Starbucks, and the actual thing is 10 times worse than that milkshake thing. What the fuck? Who would drink this? That's like enough calories for an entire week. Or her whole trip. That would have kept her going for the whole trip.
I think that's right.
It's about a 12-hour drive, I think is what you testified to, right?
That sounds right, yes.
But in talking to Mr. Burns, you never told him that you were not going to go straight to Utah, did you?
Judge, I have a question about one of you.
Overruled.
No, because I was going to go.
So the answer is no, you didn't, right?
No, I didn't tell him that.
In any conversations prior to arriving in Mesa that night or the next morning, you never communicated to Mr. Burns that you were going to take a detour, did you?
No, I didn't.
And you never contacted Matthew McCartney to tell him that you were going to take a detour, right?
I attempted to contact him before I decided to.
Just imagine the normal run of things, right? You've got this trip planned. You go in to see Matt McCartney. You're going to see Daryl Brewer. Then some other thing in Pasadena that I don't even know if it actually happened. She got her fucking nails done or something. And then on to Salt Lake, or close enough to see Ryan Burns, right? But before you leave Pasadena, you decide to drive 400 miles east on a detour that's going to make you an entire day or more late. Normal run of things, you'd call and let them know, wouldn't you? I mean, does anything else spell secret trip better than an 800-mile detour and a night over with a load of sexy fun time and murder mixed in?
Drive out to Mesa, I think.
Answer is you didn't let him know though, right?
No, he didn't answer.
The bottom line is he didn't know either, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Brewer, you didn't call to let him know that either, right?
I think I called him too. I called both of them because I couldn't find my car charger or my phone charger. It was a phone charger.
You called both of them, but you didn't let either of them know of the change in plans, correct?
Say that again?
You called both of them at whatever time, but you never informed either of them of the change in plans, your supposed change in plans, right?
Yes, that's correct.
One of the things that you took on this trip, of course, was the gas cans, right?
Yes, I did.
Right. The other thing that you took when you took this trip was that you also brought a gun, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
Well, do you remember having a conversation on June 10th of 2008 with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, I do.
You initiated that call by calling him first.
Hey, thank you for the super chat, Michael, and for the Portuguese. Very nice, very nice. Michael remembers the strawberry frappuccino with a sweet something, ice cream, elusive pink, smooth flavor, a dangerous smooth flavor. Too innocent, or no, or words to that effect. Thank you, Michael.
First, right?
Yes, I did.
And after you called him, he called you back, right?
Yes.
And I think previously you said, well, I called him to sort of find out what was going on with the investigation, right?
Yes.
That was one of the reasons, right?
Yes.
You wanted to know what was going on, right?
Yes.
And during that conversation, you and he discussed a number of things, right?
Yes.
And during that time that you were talking to him, part of the purpose was, at that time, again, not only to get information, but the way you put it was to also sort of cast suspicion away from you, right?
Yes, for the time being. That was
Well, that phone call, one of your objectives was to get the detective to look somewhere else, right? Not you.
Yes.
Maria is having a smoke outside at the pub in Montana. Can't wait to get home and join the TCM crew. You should just have the pub landlord put it on their big screen, right? Metrics bars all over Montana. Metrics Montana. It'd be like, like they have sports bars. Yeah. But instead, they watch this.
And we know the reasons, but some of the reasons was that you didn't want to be incarcerated or be involved in the prosecution for this particular killing, right?
That would be accurate.
And so what you were doing, part of this telephone call, was in your best interest. In other words, you were trying to do things that benefited you, right?
I wouldn't put it like that.
Well, you were doing things so that he wouldn't see you as a suspect, right?
Yes.
So if he didn't see you as a suspect, that would benefit you, right?
I guess it depends on how you look at it.
Well, no, I'm asking how you would look at it. If you don't want him to think of you as a suspect, that's the goal. That's part of the goal, right?
That was part of the goal for the call.
Right.
Yes.
That was part of the goal for the call. And so you wouldn't say anything, at least in a planned way, you wouldn't say anything that would make it look like you were a suspect, right?
I would attempt to not say anything.
Right. And it would be based on the world of knowledge that you had at that time, right?
I guess.
Well, no, you wouldn't call up and say, oh, I was the person that killed Mr. Alexander. You're not calling to say that, right?
No, I wasn't ready to say that.
No. And you're not calling to say, you know, you really should look at this.
I wasn't ready to say that. I wasn't even ready to say it was ninjas. I hadn't thought of that yet. I thought if I spoke in a sweet, girly voice about how I love the Lord, that would be enough. he introduced me to the gospel. Okay. Why would I murder the Baptist? Why would I murder my own Baptist? I love the Lord. Yeah, I wasn't even ready to say ninjas, okay? Let alone he's a sex-crazed, violent pedophile with a Spider-Man underwear fetish. You know, I wasn't ready.
This part of the desert because that's where I threw the gun, right? No, what you were trying to do is you were trying to say, look, I'm giving you all the information that I know so that you can look at somebody else, right?
I wasn't thinking of somebody else, just I was thinking not me.
All right, I'm giving you this information so that you don't look towards me, right?
Yes.
So when you are doing that, you wouldn't purposely say things to hurt you, would you? Hurt your case.
I don't know.
You think that you would purposely say things to hurt your case?
Probably not. That wasn't really my goal.
No, that wasn't your goal, so you really wouldn't, would you? But you, really, right?
I didn't consider it my case, but no, I wouldn't say things intentionally to hurt myself.
Okay. But you and he did talk about whether or not Mr. Alexander owned a gun, right?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, you did not know that you were being tape recorded, or do you?
I assumed I was.
You assumed it was, but you didn't know, right?
I was told it was.
Who told you that it was? Did the detective tell you in advance?
An attorney told me.
In advance of you making the call?
Yes.
So you knew before you made the call that your conversation...
So she is claiming to have spoken to an attorney before phoning Detective Flores on or around the 10th of June, which is ridiculous.
conversation with the detective was going to be taped, right?
They said they are, yes.
So all the more reason then, knowing that it's going to be taped, it's all the more reason for you to be on the lookout, if you will, or be careful to not say anything to, incriminate you,
Yes.
right? And so knowing that, you still made a statement about a gun, didn't you?
Yes, I didn't follow the attorney's counsel.
I'm not asking you whether or not you followed anybody's counsel. I'm just asking you, ma'am, whether or not you made a statement involving a gun.
Yes, I did.
And it isn't like Detective Flores came looking for you, right?
I would have loved to have seen jury selection for this trial. I don't believe that was ever televised or released. It may not have even been filmed, but you know, I imagine part of Juan Martinez's preparation or line of questioning would have been designed for him to assess the likelihood or not likelihood of his courtroom, his unique courtroom manner, pissing them off. Because I think some members of the public would find it frustrating, you know, how he's so just, you know, bashing her, beating her around the head with with a stenographer box, whatever that thing's called.
You mean physically?
No, called you. He never called you first, right?
First, no, he didn't.
No, you were the one that actually sought him out, right?
Yes.
And he returned your call, right?
Yes.
At that point, for all you knew, he didn't even know that you even existed, for all you knew, right?
No, I already knew that he knew.
Well, how could you possibly know what he knows, ma'am?
I was going off of hearsay.
Well, but you don't really, it's what people tell you, but you don't know what he really knows, do you?
Do I know what he knows inside his head? No, I don't. But I knew that he knew about my name.
No, that's what you believe, but you don't know that, right?
That's what I had a strong belief.
All right, and so you made a statement, and that statement is Exhibit 273. Let's listen to it.
Can I call you again if I need more information or if I have another question? Do you have any questions I can answer for you?
Yeah, do you know when all this happened? I mean, I got a call last night, but is there any word on...
Sometime between Thursday and last night. We're not sure yet. We haven't pinpointed yet.
And you said that maybe multiple people...
He would obviously know that it wasn't last night. The body was extremely decomposed.
He's a big guy. Maybe you can't talk about this, but was there like any kind of weapon used, or was there a gun? Was there?
I can't say what type of weapon was used, but yeah, I'm guessing there was a weapon used by the type of injuries that were left behind. Do you know of him having any weapons at all in the house?
His two fists.
That's it?
Really?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. No handguns or rifles or...
Yeah, his two fists, his weapon fists that he used to bash me around, and right before he would anally violate me right after my baptism.
No, he wasn't one to keep any of that I knew of.
Fighting knives or anything like that?
No, he was more into like wrestling and UFC, and he had he said he had just bought a punching bag, and he's like, I love punching the crap out of my punching bag,
That was you.
This is where she got the idea, right? For the whole abuse thing. I love beating the crap out of my punching bag. Or Jodi.
On that recording, correct?
Correct.
And that was you talking to the detective about whether or not Mr. Alexander had any handguns, right?
That's right.
And that was you saying at that time, a day after you were notified that his body was discovered, that's you saying, no, he doesn't have any guns, right?
Yes, that's right.
And that was the truth, wasn't it?
No, that wasn't the truth.
Are you saying that you lied to him again?
Yes.
So whenever it doesn't suit you, it's a lie, right?
That's not true.
Well, let's review. When you spoke to him back then in June 10th of 2008, you talked about a lot of other things, right? You talked about what was going on with the case, right?
What little he could tell me, yes.
And what little you could tell him, right?
Yes.
You talked about your relationship with Mr. Alexander, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Right.
We didn't get into a lot of detail.
Right. You talked about potentially when his body was found, right? Or when it happened, right?
Yes.
And it's clear from what the detective was saying that at that point, he didn't even know when the killing had occurred, right?
He gave a time range.
Actually, he said Thursday. Do you remember him saying Thursday?
Yes,
It wasn't Thursday that it happened, right?
that's correct.
So when he said Thursday, you knew he was wrong, right?
I thought he was lying, but yeah.
Well, but you knew that was wrong, correct?
I knew that was not true.
You had all the cards when you called, or you had all the information when you called the detective. Isn't that true?
Barring my memory gaps, what I knew, yeah, I had information.
You knew that you had been the person that had killed him. You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You know that you had been there on June 4th.
During the baptism, my God. Right in there in the font of the Spirit.
Right?
Yes.
You know what had happened when you arrived there, right?
Yes.
So you knew all of that when you were talking to the detective there, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that you didn't know at that particular time was how the case was going to eventually unfold, how matters were eventually going to unfold, right?
Well, I had a good idea, just
Well,
details.
you're
no.
saying you had a good idea, but you're not a prognosticator of the future, are you?
No.
No one is, right?
I guess not. I don't know.
And so you really didn't know how things were going to unfold. So at that point, you didn't know what was going to be important, right?
I wasn't thinking along those lines.
Well, you said you had a goal to point the investigation away from you, right? That was one goal, right?
For the time being, yes.
And then on the 15th of July, when they spoke to you, you said you weren't even there, right?
Yes, I did.
And then on the 16th, you said it was some other people that, a man and a woman that had come in and done it, right?
That's correct.
And for the longest time, that's what you maintained, right? For a couple of years, right?
Yes.
So the point being that back then, you didn't know what your defense was going to be back on June 10th of 2008 when you made that comment.
I don't really know what you mean by that.
Well, you didn't know it was going to be important back then in 2008, this issue involving the gun, and that's why when he asked you about it, you said no, he doesn't have any guns, because it wasn't important at that point because you couldn't foresee the future.
That's not why I said that.
Well, you said it though, right?
Yes, I did.
And there was no indication that, for example, that it was a lack of sophistication on your part in saying that.
It was a calculated statement.
It was a calculated statement, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it wasn't a situation where it was a technique by the police officer, was it?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, one of the things that were you here when Detective Flores testified?
Yes.
And the issue of techniques was discussed, correct?
Yes.
At that time, when you called him, you were the person that was actually, for lack of a better term, running the conversation.
Hey, thanks so much, Christine Schweinsberg, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Fantastic way to support the channel. Thank you so much.
I wouldn't.
Calls for speculation again.
You know, we've got a bunch of fantastic FOIA requests in the pipeline, guys. Just all working their way through that pipeline, the metrics pipeline. Takes a little while, and it costs money. And yeah, we've got some other good, exciting things happening. If you want to support the channel, you can on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. All right.
Regarding techniques.
Overall.
I wouldn't say I was running the conversation.
You could have stopped that at any time, right?
Yes.
If we compare it to July 15th, on July 15th, you couldn't have walked out, right?
I could have stopped the conversation, but not walked out.
Right, you could have stopped it, but you could have, whereas in this case, not only could you have stopped the conversation, but you could have walked and done whatever it is that you wanted, right?
That day, yes.
Right, and that's the day that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And if you would have wanted to ask him more questions, it's clear that he would have talked to you more, right?
Yes.
And on that date, on June 10th of 2008, if you would have wanted to tell him that you knew more about it, he would have listened to you, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you think, ma'am, that if, in your opinion, that you, based on what you feel about the conversation, do you feel that if you were going to tell Officer Flores about what you knew had happened on June 4th, do you think that you would have been stopped from talking?
No, I don't think so.
Right, he would have listened to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you made that particular statement on that day, right?
Yes.
And it's because it is the truth, right?
No, it's not the truth.
You and Mr. Alexander never went shooting any guns, right?
No.
And you never saw Mr. Alexander with that gun in his hand, ever, did you? Any gun in his hand, right?
That's not true.
So you did see him with guns in his hand when you were with him.
At one time I did, yes.
And were the guns his?
It was not guns plural, it was one gun, and it was his.
So he had a gun back then?
Yes.
When was this?
I discovered it in the fall of 2007.
No. I'm asking in terms of Mr. Alexander being the owner of a gun. When do you say that you knew he was the owner of a gun?
The fall 2007.
Is this the gun that we're talking about that you claim was used in the shooting?
It is the one.
Yeah, because when I was dusting his walk-in closet wearing a French-made uniform with a little feather duster, I went way up on top of the top shelf and I was dusting and I found the gun.
That's what you claim, right?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular gun, you said that you supposedly found it somewhere. Where was the ammunition for it?
Inside the gun.
Inside where?
I guess it was inside the gun.
Do you even know if it was loaded?
He told me it was not loaded, but
So you don't even know if it was loaded, and you claim that he told you it wasn't loaded, right?
in the fall when I found it, he said it was not loaded.
Okay, so you believe it's not loaded, and you haven't received any statements to the contrary, right?
No, he took it one night when he was...
So you haven't received any statements to the contrary, right?
From him, I did receive statements to the contrary.
But knowing that then, according to you, now you say that he had a gun in 2007, you got on the phone and you said, no, Mr. Alexander didn't have any weapons, or no, any guns. You said that specifically, right?
Yes.
And now you come in and you tell us that, yes, he does have guns, or at least one gun, right?
At least one that...
Oh, thank you so much, Amy, for 5 cups on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Yeah, they've updated the little thing that pops up, and I don't know how I feel about it. It's hard to read. I like the old one, the big yellow one in the middle. What are we gonna do about that? We're gonna tear them apart piece by piece. When we're through with them, they're gonna wish they were never born.
And yeah.
Right. Your grandfather also had guns, didn't he?
Yes, he had rifles and shotguns.
And he also had smaller guns too, didn't he?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I didn't know about that small gun, so how could I steal it?
Plural.
Okay, he had a small gun then, right?
I don't know what it was.
Well, do you remember?
How small it was.
Pardon?
I don't know how small it was.
Well, was it one of those big long ones with the big long barrel?
Was it a 25 auto? Which I don't even know what that means. Let's look that up. What the fuck is a 25 auto? Oh, well, that's tiny. It's a baby gun. It doesn't even look like it could kill someone. I guess the slitting of the throat helped.
Those are the only kinds I'd ever seen.
Right, so when you spoke to the detective about the gun that could have possibly been taken in the burglary, you indicated that it was a toy gun. Do you remember telling him that it looked like a toy gun?
No, I indicated that's what my grandfather said.
Right, and do you have any reason to doubt your grandfather's word?
No.
So, the gun that was taken, there was a burglary of the house you were staying at back on May 28th of 2008, wasn't there?
Yes.
And during that burglary, there were certain things that were taken from your room, right?
I think only... Yeah, that's
What
true.
was taken from your room? What is it that you reported that was taken?
$10 and $20 bill.
So there was a total of $30 that were taken, right?
Yes.
Yeah, not my laptop, which I had hidden. I'm going to leave this 10 and 20. I mean, who's to say there was even a 10 and $20 bill, right? Obviously there wasn't. She was the burglar. Why would she steal her own money? Just to make it look like it was a multi-target burglary.
Yes.
There wasn't, your laptop wasn't taken, right?
No, my laptop was with me.
Well, I thought, do you remember that you actually told the police officers that you were pretty lucky because your laptop was in a hamper sort of thing and the clothes were covering it and it had not been stolen? Do you remember telling that to the officers?
No, I remember there was a discussion regarding the laptop, and I told him I was lucky that I had it with me because normally I keep it in this hamper.
You were here when the officer that went out there testified, right?
Yes.
And you looked at the photographs, right?
Yes.
And so you're saying that you actually had the laptop with you, right?
Yes.
And you were driving around with this laptop, according
Yes.
to you,
It
right?
goes everywhere with me, yes.
So you took it everywhere, you didn't leave it behind, right?
That's correct.
And nothing else was taken from your room, right?
That I noticed, yes.
Well, the officers gave you plenty of time to look around, right?
After they were done, like with their doing what they do, yeah, I looked around.
You're saying that they didn't give you an opportunity to go into your room to see what was missing in order to report it? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
So they did allow you to go into the rooms then, into the room
Yes.
to look. And you were there until approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
No.
So you were there later?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, were you there later than 1 o'clock?
No.
So you were there at 1 o'clock then, right?
I was there at 1 o'clock, but I wasn't there like all day the way you asked.
Right. You were there approximately at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, my sister and I.
And before but when the detective or the officer testified, was there ever a mention of your sister while you were here?
I don't remember if he asked me or not. If he.
No. When the officer from Wairika testified, was there ever a mention of your sister?
Oh, when he testified, no, I don't think so.
Not at all, right?
No.
In fact, what happened was that you were out of the house and you were called to respond there, right?
I think I was. There was a voicemail left, yes.
But you were called in any event, right?
Yes.
And you indicated to the police that you had been there, the last one to be there, at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And you actually came back sometime after 3 o'clock, right?
I don't remember what time I came back. I just came back as soon as my sister checked her voicemail.
And I know that, so if he said 3 o'clock, then you would have no quibble with it, right?
Sure. No quibble.
Right? And you heard what items were taken, including a .25 caliber handgun. You heard that, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And you also indicated to the detective that the .25 caliber handgun that your grandfather had, according to him, was like a toy gun, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you had a purse, right?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, this is what you carried your items in, right?
Yes.
And this purse, this toy gun purse, could have fit in your purse, right?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
So, how about the gun that you used to kill Mr. Alexander? How big was that gun?
It wasn't very big.
Looked like a toy gun, right?
It looked like a real gun to me.
Well, and it could fit in your purse, couldn't it?
If I removed some other items, it would fit.
So the answer is yes, it could fit in your purse, right?
Yes.
So this occurred on May 28th of 2008, shortly before you left on your trip, right?
The burglary, yes.
And this is during the time, 10 days after you've had this telephone conversation with Mr. Alexander, right?
10 days after what conversation?
The sex conversation that you had on the telephone, which was on the
It would have been
18 days, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So it's 18 days later, right?
Yes.
And so you are still having conversations with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that, well, really wasn't going to go visit him, right?
That was not the plan when I hit the road.
Right, that's what you said. That was not the plan to go down there. Yet, when you get to Southern California, you're now at the Starbucks, right?
Yes.
And you're at the Starbucks and you are sitting around drinking your strawberry frappuccino, right?
No, I just went in and then came out.
Okay, and in the time that it took for you to go in and come out, something happened to your car, according to you, right?
Yes.
There was another series of coincidences here,
Well,
right?
I think it was that time that that happened.
Well, no, that's what you sort of indicated on direct examination, that that's when you think it happened, right?
Yes.
How long were you inside of Starbucks?
I'd say 5 to 10 minutes. I used the restroom. There was a long line, and then after I got my drink, I waited for it to be made, and then I went back out to my car
Right.
to get on the road.
And according to you, then you came out to your car, right?
Yes.
And when you came out to your car, you indicated that there were some skaters there, right?
Yes.
And about what time of the day was that?
This is priceless as well. The Starbucks skaters, the number plate pinchers, license plate pinchers, you know, running around with a screwdriver. Hey, you want to go and turn the license plate upside down on someone's rental? I guess there's no half pipes around, boys. Fucking hell. Haven't you got a bong to go and smoke or something? Jesus Christ.
It was at night.
So what time at night?
I don't know. It
Is
was,
this-
I don't know, sometime between 9 and 10. I don't know. It wasn't too late, but it was at night.
And while you're there, when you come out, you see that there are these skaters laughing near your car, correct?
Not like laughing loud, just kind of snickering.
So they were snickering near your car, right?
As they were skating away from.
So they were snickering. What do we just call them? Snickering, skating. Didn't we just have another S? Starbucks. The snickering Starbucks skaters.
From my car.
Right. And there were other cars in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it was a pavement kind of parking lot, right?
Yes.
It wasn't dirt or anything like that. And one of the things that you notice when you get into your car is that you see something in front of you, right?
Yes.
And you decide to investigate, right?
Yes.
And were you pulled in, ma'am?
Yes. I was pulled in forward.
You were pulled in forward and there was a sidewalk in front of you?
It would have made more sense if she'd have used the ninja characters as the Starbucks license plate pinchers, and to have Travis killed by snickering skaters. You know. I don't know. I just think that would have played out better.
The sidewalk wasn't directly in front of me, but there was a curb.
So there was a curb and your bumper's right next or in front of that, right?
That's right.
And you're coming out from the Starbucks, which is presumably on the sidewalk, which is what you're calling the curb, right?
No, but the Starbucks would have been behind and to the right of the vehicle.
Okay. So there was this curb there, and you see these individuals. How many were they?
I think there were 3.
And you then, is it well lit?
Yeah.
This area?
And they all had baggy pants and spiky hair.
Is it well lit?
There are lights in the parking lot.
And you go and you get in your car and you turn the car on and you're getting ready to leave, right?
That's right.
And as you get ready to leave, you turn your lights on, right?
Yes.
And as you turn your lights on, something catches your eye, right?
Not till I began to back out.
Okay, so you begin to back out and something catches your eye, right?
Yes.
Why do you care that something's out in front of you if you don't know anything about your license plate? Why would you even care?
Because it was a reflector. It was reflective, and I just kind of put the two together, like, maybe I should check what that is real quick before I hit the road.
And when you're saying it's a reflector, are you talking about the registration tags that they put on the back of, or on the license plates?
No.
What kind of reflector are you talking about then?
It was kind of like it just lit up more, like it reflected a lot more than anything else around it. The pavement was dull, it was lit, but like by my headlights, but not like this thing that was bright.
And it was flat though, right?
It was just a flash, so
No. The object was flat, correct?
I didn't see until I got out that it was a flat license plate.
So when you're in a car, you don't even know it's a license plate, right?
No, not till I get out to investigate.
So that means that as you're backing up, you see this something that catches your eye, right?
Yes,
And it's about 9 or 10 o'clock at night, right?
yes,
And you decide to go look at it, right?
yes,
And so you look at it and you decide it's a license plate, right?
yes.
Well, ma'am, why take it?
Because I looked right at, well, I pulled back in, turned my car off, and then I looked at my license plate, it had bugs all over the front, minus where the license plate was, and I had just driven some 500-600 miles from Wairika, or
Right.
Reading, and then the license plate that I was holding had a
Right.
ton of bugs of the same kind of like
Sure.
amount. So
Right.
I just kind of,
Yeah. No, I could tell from the velocity of the bug splatter. I looked at the plate and I counted all the bugs, and then I looked at the bumper and I counted all the bugs there. I added them up, those two numbers, and they were a perfect match. So I knew I had my license plate. What? What are you doing? Can I hear that again? Because I just want to try. I want to try and understand what it is that she's trying to do. The fuck?
Look at it, right?
yes,
And so you look at it and you decide it's a license plate, right?
yes.
Well, ma'am, why take it?
Um,
I look at it and I decide it's a license plate. Okay, we've got that, right? So let's just recap here. She's come out of Starbucks, goes to the car. It's in a parking lot, probably well lit, or possibly not. I don't know, but it could be. It doesn't really matter. But there's these three baggy pants, spiky hair, snickering skaters swanning off, and she gets in the car, turns on the headlights, and notices a shiny object covered in bugs. The shiny object covered in bugs catches her eye. She gets out to inspect, right? It's only then she realizes that it's a license plate, a flat license plate. I mean, what else did she think it was? Treasure? Is that a piece of treasure? I'll just get out and have a look. It's shiny. So she gets out, picks it up, then she starts to notice the bugs. She looks at the bumper and sees the bugs. Okay. So ultimately what she's doing, she's trying to demonstrate a reason that she put that presumably front license plate in the passenger footwell, but didn't have cause to check the back to notice that it was upside down. Is that what it is?
because I looked right at, well, I pulled back in, turned my car off, and then I looked at my license plate, it had bugs all over the front, minus where the license plate was, and I had just driven some 500-600 miles from Wairika, or
Right.
Reading.
Yeah, it was exactly the appropriate number of bugs for a 500-mile drive. Bug expert, Jodi Arias.
And then the license plate that I was holding had a
Right.
ton of bugs of the same kind of like,
Sure.
Same species. I thought she was going to say same species. Yes. They were exactly the same species. The arachno, you know, some science bug name that I don't know because I'm not a biologist.
amount. So
Right.
I just kind of threw it in my car and left.
Right. But you never thought to compare it to the one in the back, did you?
No.
In other words, you're taking a license plate that you have no idea whether or not it belongs to you, right?
No, I have an idea.
Well, wait a minute. You didn't check it with the one in the back?
No.
And license plates have numbers and letters on them, right?
Yeah, so does the car key for a rental car, you know? Because you know when you go to a rental fucking place and they've got the wall full of keys. You know, they all have a, what do you call it? A fob, a key fob, with the license plate, make and model. Silver Kia. TXY 472, whatever, I don't know, but that's standard practice for any rental company. Otherwise, how do you know where, you know, you've got all these keys and you're going to hand one to a customer, you know, it has the license plate on it. There would equally be probably the contract in the fucking glove box. I mean, why wouldn't Jodi use that as the excuse? I just thought of that just now, and it's perfect. She needs a reason why she didn't check the back license plate that was upside down, right? Because she needs that to have happened before she got to Travis's, and it wasn't changed until the cops pulled her over in northern Utah, Salt Lake, which is amazing that no cop passed by or noticed an upside down license plate. I mean, unless all the digits are 1 and 8, you know, that's going to stand out a lot. If it's like 181188, you know, upside down, it would just look like 88181. Jodi, the excuse is I had the fucking license number on the key thing, or I checked it in the rental contract that I had in the glove box. I didn't need to go to the back of the car. But instead, no, I noticed the pattern of bugs. About the right number for a 500-mile trip. It was exactly the same. The disbursement of the bug splatter was a perfect match.
Yes.
This one had numbers and letters on it, right?
Yes.
It could be that it belonged to somebody else, right?
That's possible.
Sure it was, because you didn't take the time, according to you, to go to the back to see whether or not it matched, right?
No.
And so what you do is, potentially, without knowing what it's about, you grab it, right?
I had an idea of what it's about, so I can't say that I didn't know.
Well, you grab it, right?
Yes.
You take it without checking.
Yes.
And then...
So, in my language, or my version of it, Michelle, a key fob is like the, you know, any plastic thing that you have on the key ring. You know, it used to be you put a little paper in the plastic and you could make a note of what that key was. That to me is a key fob. But you're thinking it's like the fancy keyless remote thing, I guess. But that's not what I meant. It probably we had remote keys in 2008 for sure.
Then you put it in the car, right?
Yes.
You put it in the back seat of the car, right?
No, I think it was in the front floorboard.
So you put it in the front seat of the car, right?
The floorboard.
The floorboard.
Yes.
This dirty license plate that has all these bugs on it, right?
Yes.
You decide to go ahead and take it anyway, right?
Yes.
And did it ever occur to you to investigate the license plate in the back to see whether or not it matched?
Not right then. I was more concerned about getting in my car and locking the doors.
Pardon?
I was more concerned about getting in my car and locking the doors.
Did I ask you if you were concerned about getting in a car and locking the doors? What are we betting that's his next question?
Because you were concerned for your safety, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Well, if you're concerned for your safety, why are you getting out to go check on something that is just shining there?
Well, because I didn't know, I wasn't concerned until I realized that that had happened, so.
Well, no, but if you're concerned for your safety, why are you getting out and exposing yourself?
I didn't get out after the concern arose.
Overruled. Sorry. Ms. Arias, when there's an objection, stop speaking until the court rules.
Okay.
You may continue.
I didn't
If
get
you-
out until the concern arose.
Let me ask it again. If you are afraid for, you told us that you were afraid.
Can you answer the question before he interjects?
Restate your question.
You indicated that you were afraid for your safety. That's why you didn't check the front license plate, the license plate that you found with the one in the back, right?
No, I indicated that getting in the car and locking the doors was what was on my mind. Checking it with the back didn't occur to me.
But I asked you about it, and just now you said, well, I got in the car, I locked the doors, and I was sort of in a hurry to do that because you were worried about your safety. You said that, right?
It was a concern. I wasn't
Right.
like scared or anything, but it was a concern.
Right. It was such a concern that, well, he didn't usually
Oh,
have
we've gone
the knife
blank.
in his bedroom, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
To my knowledge, that's correct. He never did.
Right. And this would be the first time that you ever saw that he had a knife in his bedroom, right?
What happened there, I don't know. Screen went black and we appear to have skipped to some later round of questions, but we'll just roll with it.
That I saw, yes.
And so where did he cut the rope? Not what on the rope, not where on the rope, but where in the
He
house?
cut it in the bathroom.
So he did it in the bathroom. Did he come into the bedroom with the knife, or did he leave it in the bathroom?
I don't remember. I don't remember where he put the knife when he was done.
Do you remember telling Richard Samuels that he actually brought the knife back and left it on the nightstand so that he could cut the rope off of your wrists?
I remember speculating about where the knife was left, but he didn't need to cut the rope.
You didn't tell Mr. Richard Samuels that the knife was used to cut the rope from your wrists.
Not from my wrist, but to cut the rope, yes.
And you don't remember that it was on the nightstand, right?
I don't remember exactly where it was.
Do you remember telling Richard Samuels that when this attack was going on, that you remembered that the knife was near the nightstand and because it had been used to cut the rope? Do you remember anything like that?
I remember speculating about that.
Well, are you sure that you said, I'm speculating that the knife was used to cut the rope?
I'm sure I did not say speculating when I was speculating.
Well, let me ask it directly then. Are you saying that the knife was used to cut the rope from your wrists or not?
Not from my wrist, but to cut it, yes.
I understand to cut it. I asked wrists.
I
From
didn't-
your wrist, was the knife used to cut the rope from your wrists?
No.
Do you remember somebody by the name of Cheryl Karp?
Yes.
And you discussed the same incident with her, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So, again, are you sure that the knife was not necessary to cut the rope from your wrists?
I'm sure it wasn't necessary to cut it off of me.
And not only was it not necessary, that's not what was done, correct?
Cut off?
Right.
That's correct.
You slipped your hands out, correct?
Yes.
And then you continued with the activities of the day, correct?
Yes.
Whatever it was that you guys were going to do, correct?
Yes.
You keep talking about a movie, and there's an indication perhaps that there's a movie that was made, but it wasn't made if there was one.
Please do hit that like button. That would be great, everybody. Everybody, how many people are there? There are at least 6. 6 people have not clicked like. Have you fallen asleep? Have you fallen asleep? Thanks so much, guys.
With Mr. Alexander's camera, correct?
I don't remember which camera we used because mine did movies too. And his was kind of new to me, so it was a little bit hard to figure out all of the features on it.
Do you remember testifying on direct examination about this issue, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you remember that you specifically told us that you could not use Mr. Alexander's camera to take this video? Do you remember telling us that?
I don't remember saying I couldn't.
Do you remember that you said that it couldn't be done for whatever reason? You guys couldn't do it?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony.
Overruled.
No, I think I was talking about the timer.
Ma'am, do you remember, let's just take a look at Exhibit 167. Remember talking about this particular photograph and saying, I was trying to set up the camera so that we could take a video, but it didn't work because you didn't know how to do it. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, I remember that.
So now you remember, right?
Yes. Well, you said couldn't. Doesn't mean I couldn't. I just couldn't figure it out. Doesn't mean I couldn't take a video if I didn't sit and try to figure it out. But we were in the mood and didn't want to sit and tinker with it.
What are you saying in terms
We were in the mood and didn't want to sit and tinker with it. And he just shakes his head, walks off, and what are you saying? That should be his only question.
and saying, I was trying to set up the camera so that we could take a video, but it didn't work because you didn't know how to do it. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, I remember that.
So now you remember, right?
Yes. Well, you said couldn't. Doesn't mean I couldn't. I just couldn't figure it out. Doesn't mean I couldn't take a video if I didn't sit and try to figure it out. But we were in the mood and didn't want to sit and tinker with it.
What are you saying in terms of the camera? Did or you use Mr. Alexander's, did you attempt to use Mr. Alexander's camera to video?
We're going to have some new kosher style merch soon as well, guys. I want to do every impossible, ridiculous Adelson. You know, we've got a pepperoni pizza as well. Where's that? Yeah, coming soon to a merch store near you. Where's the pizza? I like the pizza. Yeah, this one's not quite finished. I need, just maybe do something a little different with that one. But I like the burger. Milk and meat. You know, it's not kosher. That means you can't have cheese on a beef patty. Or cheese with pepperoni. It doesn't work. Yeah, check out the merch store. What is it? merch.truecrimemetrics.com. Or links are in the description, guys. Links are in the description. Soap merch is coming, Amy, but we've got an Adelson trial happening in 18 days. 19 for all of you.
Videotape the sexual activity, yes or no?
Yes.
Remember just now you told me that you didn't? Or that you couldn't remember?
That I couldn't.
Used his camera.
I couldn't remember which camera we ultimately used.
So, but do you remember that previously in this hearing, in this trial, you told us that you could remember?
Could remember what?
What are we talking about again here? We're talking about videotaping the sexual activity in which camera is involved. Do you have any problem understanding that?
No.
So, do you remember on direct examination that you told us something different than what you're telling us now?
Objection.
You know what she's doing, for the most part, is trying to get the jury to see Juan Martines as her version of Travis, right? And when she does that, no, that kind of withdrawn, completely, you know, withdrawn, put upon woman sort of thing that she does. She's trying to, it's quite clever, you know, and I really do, despite her incredibly flawed excuses and explanations for stuff that is direct evidence of her culpability. You know, none of that really matters 100% of the time when the jury go back for deliberations. If there's one of them with a strong emotional attachment, if she's, you know, it's part of what she's doing is pretty incredible, I think. You know, and I really don't think if she got the, for instance, if she got the opportunity to do this same thing 5 times over, I bet at least one of those times she'd have managed to not get a unanimous guilty verdict. I think 12 votes for innocent would be a bit of a stretch of reality, but I think she could have gotten a mistrial with, you know, 12 of her peers of some variety. If she got the chance to do it 5 times over, she might have been able to get a mistrial. You know, it wasn't a quick deliberations. It wasn't like a Chandler Halderson or a Darrell Brooks or a Charlie Adelson. They just went back and had dinner. That's probably all they did, just have dinner, half an hour picking out a menu item, and then they fill out the forms, and that was it. They didn't deliberate. This was not a quick deliberation for Jodi.
This is her testimony, Judge.
Overruled. Me.
I'm just answering the questions to the best of my memory, so.
I'm not asking you if you're answering the questions to the best of your memory, am I?
No.
I'm asking you whether you have changed your story from testifying earlier to now. That's what I'm asking you.
The answer is no.
Well then, do you remember testifying that you and Mr. Alexander, when this photograph was taken, were attempting to use his camera to videotape the activity? Do you remember telling us that?
I don't remember specifically saying that, but that would be accurate.
And that's something that you didn't tell us previously now. You've now changed that from what you told us a couple of minutes ago, right?
Objection, this characterizes her testimony, Judge.
Overruled.
I don't think so. I think it's all consistent. You're just asking different questions.
Okay. And then, after doing that, there was a situation where you got up and you got your camera, right?
Yes.
And you say that this camera was used to videotape the activity, correct?
Correct.
So, where's the rope?
At this point, I guess it would be somewhere on the floor.
Why would it be on the floor if it was already on the floor to start with?
The part that was not used went on the floor to start with, I think.
Don't mean to be exploitive about this, but we'll start with this photograph here of Mr. Alexander, 166. Do you see where this is, ma'am?
Yes.
This is the corner of the bed. Do you see that?
Yes.
You said that your arms or hands were tied down here. Do you remember telling us that?
They were in that general area.
Sure. And if the rope is down on the ground, you take your hands out, that rope is still going to remain there, right?
No.
Well, let's take another view. 168.
Michelle, in the Jodi Arias trial, the jury deliberated for a total of 18 hours over 2 days before reaching a verdict. Initially, after 2 weeks of deliberations, the jury found her guilty of first-degree murder. However, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision on the death penalty, resulting in a hung jury. Following that, the case was sent to a retrial for the penalty phase. So 18 hours over 2 days. I mean, it's not the longest ever, but it's a thorough deliberation, I'd say.
This is where your hands were, right?
Yes.
And this is where the rope was, right?
Especially after sitting through this shit for fucking 3 full months. More. I think it was 55 days total of trial. You know, that's with obviously not counting the weekends. So what would that be? Almost, pretty much 3 months, I'd say.
Right?
Yes.
It isn't there, is it?
Not anymore.
Well, you keep saying that anymore. It isn't there at all, is it?
It wasn't there when that photo was taken.
Christina, welcome back. Good to see you.
After this activity, you and Mr. Alexander, according to you, had something to eat, right?
Yes.
And after that, there was sort of a lull in the day's activities, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you just go home at that point? You said that part of the reason was just to have sex. That's been accomplished. Why not go home there? Why
Wasn't
stick
the
around?
only reason.
Pardon?
Because going there to have sex was not the only reason for going there.
What was the other reason?
To spend time together.
And so you guys are continuing to spend time together, right?
Yes.
And you want to spend time with somebody that you've described over and over as a bully, right?
Never said that once.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach? Did you indicate at all during cross-examination in any part of direct examination that he was a bully?
Yes.
And so why is it that you want to spend time with somebody that you describe as a bully?
He wasn't just a bully. He was many good things also.
Or it could be that he wasn't ever a bully, right?
That's not the case. So, no.
It could be that that's just what you're saying, right?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
That's how I felt.
And the fact that you felt bullied is your perception of what was going on, right?
Yes.
So, for example, when in August of 2007, when he's banging his head up against the closet door and then sort of comes after you and grabs your wrist and hugs you, that's bullying, right?
I didn't consider that bullying.
So, but again, it's your perception as to what he's doing that constitutes your definition of what bullying is, correct?
Yes, when I feel bullied.
So after that, you tell us something about going downstairs and you're looking at some CDs or something like that, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to your camera, where did you keep the camera?
My Olympus, the one we used.
I don't know which one it was. You're the one that was there. You had a camera, correct?
Yes, I had 2 cameras with me.
Okay, which camera was used to attempt to videotape the sexual activity?
The Olympus.
And was it successful?
Yes, I knew how to use video on that
Pardon?
camera. Yes,
And did you guys view it afterwards?
yes,
Did you delete it afterwards?
yes,
Immediately?
yes.
How about the photographs that were taken from his camera? Were they deleted immediately afterwards?
To my knowledge, we deleted them afterward, yes.
The way you say that, to my knowledge, it means that you're not sure, right?
I'm not sure because he did the deleting, I think.
So it could be that they weren't deleted right afterwards, right?
Could be.
And you wouldn't know because you weren't watching what he was doing, right? You were watching what he was doing, but you weren't engaged in the transaction yourself, correct?
That's correct.
With regard to that camera and deleting pictures, this was the first exposure that you've had to that camera, right?
Yes.
You hadn't seen it before, right?
That's right.
And in fact, although you indicated to Detective Flores that you helped them buy this camera, right?
Yes.
You helped them buy it telephonically, right?
Yes.
And so the camera that he had before that day, before the sexual activity, you had never deleted any images from that camera, right?
Prior to June 4th? No.
And after the sexual activity, there was photographs that were taken during the activity, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, after the sexual activity is when he was involved in what you thought was deleting photographs, right?
I guess. I mean, I don't really recall at what point they were deleted. I just know they got deleted.
What you do know is that you didn't do the deleting, right?
I don't.
So apparently green shirts often convey a sense of nature, growth, and harmony. They can also symbolize reliability, credibility, and balance. In color psychology, green is associated with positive emotions, renewal, and a sense of security. Well, I wonder if that was thought through by the defense. You know, you often see defense attorneys dressed in white, like Miss Wilmot over there. Goddamn mute button. So apparently, green shirts often convey a sense of nature, growth, and harmony. They can also symbolize reliability, credibility, and balance. In color psychology, green is associated with positive emotions, renewal, and a sense of security. I wonder how much, if at all, that was thought of by the defense. You often see defense attorneys dressed all up in white there, like Miss Wilmot over there. You know, the pure, pure, good, unstained, so on. I think there's a lot of things like that in trial, and I'd be interested to know if there are, courses within law school like that, the psychology of your dress sense, particularly for defense attorneys, because they're the ones that perhaps more often, or it may seem to me at this point in time, that are more of a psychological mission a lot of the time, right? Emotional pulls, um, planting jury members in certain situations, getting them to imagine, appeals to sympathy, so on. you know, and maybe I'm just not thinking this through, but it seems if you were going to split the prosecution and defense, then the prosecution is less reliant on those kinds of almost metaphysical tools and more reliant on just, here's the fucking videotape, here's the fingerprints, here's the gun, here's the receipts, facts, tangible things you can touch, things you can see, right? And that's not to say that emotional appeal is not a huge part of what the prosecution side does. It absolutely is, you know. Dan Markel, this is what he looked like when he woke up that morning. And this is what he looked like after this defendant sent her friends to see him and pay him a visit. There's lots of those triggers. But for the defense side, that thing they always say, well, if the law isn't on your side, argue the facts. If the facts aren't on your side, then argue there's a lot of, I'd be very curious to know, where is Danielle Savoy? She could tell us. Is there a course, a section of, what is the word I'm looking for? A syllabus. Is there a certain type of syllabus within law schools that isn't just, understanding case law and procedures of trial and so on, but, talking about those kinds of things, what it means to wear a white suit, that Prince Andrew interview. Let's pull up a picture of that. That was held in Buckingham Palace on his turf. Prince Andrew interview. So Emily Maitlis had a great choice of clothing here. Let's see if I can find a good picture. Save image. And this one was absolutely not by accident. No way. Check this out. Check out what Emily Maitlis wore to this interview with a guy that thought he was going to walk all over her with his Navy stories. When you're in the Navy, it's a fairly isolated business because you're away at sea all the time. She wore this very militant, almost Crimean War. She could be in Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band if it was colorful. She wore a military article of clothing when going in to have a head-to-head with a person way above her in the hierarchy of society, right? Or whatever. And if she'd have just worn a business jacket, that would not have been the same interview at all. That was very clever. I'd be curious to know if they teach that in law school. It's probably like a, what do you call it? A side syllabus.
I did some deleting on that phone that day with the shower pictures, so I don't.
I'm not asking about the shower pictures, am I?
No.
I'm
You just asked about
asking about-
deleting, so I answered.
I'm asking about, let's restrict ourselves to the sexual activity for right now, all right?
Yes.
Involving the sexual activity, you don't know whether or not he deleted those photographs, right?
Not 100% if he did or I did. I'm pretty sure he did.
But you don't know, right?
That's correct.
And up until that time, that after the sexual activity, you had not deleted any images from his camera, ever, right?
Up until that time, no.
Right. You went downstairs, right?
He... Well, I don't know if the photos were deleted before or after, but we did go
I'm not
downstairs.
asking you when the phones were deleted, or the photos were deleted. I'm asking you after you were upstairs, and you just said that you, up to that point, you hadn't deleted anything. After that, you went downstairs, right?
Well, you make it sound like without deleting anything, we went downstairs. But I don't know if that was the case, if we deleted them before we went downstairs or afterward.
But you didn't do any of the deletion, right?
I don't know, David. I mean, you know, I've done a lot of it in, say, branding. You know, culturally, uh, you know, you know, red in China is lucky, right? And in Western, it's more danger. But if you look at fast food brands, a lot of red. If you look at energy companies, a lot of green. Brands that promote luxury, a lot of purple and yellow. You know, there's a really good chart on it. You know, I think if it works for brands to mass populations, then I think it's fair to say that there's a meaningful feeling evoked by color choice to large groups of people.
You just said you don't know when he deleted them, right?
That's right.
So you don't know if they were deleted before you went downstairs or at some later time, right?
That's correct.
And so you then go downstairs because we don't know if the images were deleted yet, right?
That's correct.
Is that when you took your shower?
I don't know if I ate the banana first or if I took a shower first.
All right, but at some point, before or after the banana, you took a shower.
Yes.
And was he in the bathroom, Mr. Alexander, when you were taking your shower?
At one point, yes, and then afterward, no.
Okay. And that's the only shower that you took that day, correct?
I don't know. Because I have a lot of memory gaps that day. That's the only one I...
Yeah, color was really good in both Vince Gilligan's shows. Better Call Saul as well. You know, what was it? It was Blue. Blue was all, you know, Howard. Was it Howard? Howard Hamlin was always blue, the legal world, the law-abiding side, and then when Saul Goodman was, yeah, great use of color work in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Artistic choice for sure, but very very nice continuity running all the way through with those two shows for sure.
I remember taking.
So now the memory gaps start, correct?
Well,
Is that
when
what
you
you're
talk in
saying?
terms of the whole day, you said that day. I can't
Well,
answer
I'm
that.
asking that day after 1:45 in the afternoon, you said you took a shower, right?
I don't know what time it was, but we took a shower after sex. I
Right.
did.
Take a look at photograph number 165. Recognize that?
Yes. I do.
What is it?
It's my stuff down there.
Is it a picture of your rear end, right?
Yes.
And it does have a time on there, doesn't it?
Yes.
What's the time on there?
1:44 p.m.
So my question to you was, after 1:45 in the afternoon, did you take a shower?
Yes. After that point, yes.
Okay.
Not immediately after necessarily.
All right. And you told us that it was perhaps before or after you ate the banana, right?
Yes.
And while you were taking a shower, Mr. Alexander was there for a little bit of time and then he was somewhere else, right?
He was in the bathroom at first and then he left.
And you took a shower in the same place where you placed his body after you killed him, right?
Yes.
And after you took the shower, you got dressed in the pants that you were wearing at the time that you killed him, right?
I believe so.
When you say you believe so, was there a costume change throughout this whole event?
Not that I recall.
And after the shower, where was he?
After my shower, he was downstairs in his office.
Okay, and then you went down there, right?
Yes, I did.
The only reason that you know he was downstairs is because you went down there, right?
Yes.
Where was your camera?
I don't know at that point if I had put it in the car or afterward or what. I don't know.
This was June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this was after 1:45 in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Why would you put a camera in a very hot car in the Mesa area where temperatures can go over 105, 110 degrees?
I didn't
Outside.
say I did. I didn't say I did. I said I didn't remember.
No, you said that you don't remember, but you thought you put it in the car, right?
I said I don't remember if it was still in the house or in the car at that point.
All right. So at some point, you said that you also took your luggage out, right?
Yes.
And your luggage included toiletries and that sort of thing, right?
Yes, and clothing.
Right? So when did you take your items out to the car?
I don't remember the exact moment or sequence.
I'm not asking the exact moment. Give me an hour period.
I don't know.
Well, what is it, after 1:45?
It was after that.
Was it before 5:30?
Probably. I don't recall.
Well, the photographs in the shower at 5:30. Had you already taken your items downstairs?
I'm not sure. I think, but I'm not 100%.
Do you remember when you testified on direct examination regarding this issue?
Yes.
Remember that you told us that by the time the shower was taken, you had already put the luggage, those items in the car.
The luggage, yes. I'm not sure about the camera.
Okay, so the luggage did go into the car then, right?
Yes.
But didn't you also tell us that the other bag also went into the car before you were taking these photographs? Do you
The
remember telling us
backpack,
that?
Yes.
How many bags did you have that day?
I had my backpack, my carry-on suitcase, my purse, and my camera case, and my laptop.
Okay, so your laptop, is that going out at the same time that your suitcase is going out or no?
No, because, well, I had the laptop in the office when I pulled the CDs out. I don't really remember. I know I had it at that point, but I don't remember when it went in the car.
Well, it was obviously before 5:30 though, right?
The laptop, I don't know, I guess.
Well, that's when he was in the shower at 5:30, right?
Yes.
Okay. And didn't you tell us on direct examination that by that time you had already taken all of your stuff down into the car? Do you remember telling us that then?
I remember saying the luggage and things, yes.
So you don't remember that you told us that the rest of the items were also taken down and put in the car?
Well, I don't know about the camera or the...
I'm not asking about the camera. I'm asking about all the other items. Because the camera, you've told me you don't know. And then we talked about the laptop, remember?
Yes.
And so I'm asking you, When did the other items go down? Let's keep the camera out of this equation. When did the other items go down into the car?
I don't know.
Why is it that you don't know, ma'am?
They're just details that I don't remember. I remember some things and like major things and not, I don't know. They're details.
Why is it that you don't remember the details today, but when you were talking about them within the last couple of weeks, you did remember them? Why is that? That's my point.
Well, I was uncertain about those too. I just was, obviously it went in the car at one point. I just don't know exactly which point.
But do you remember telling us last week that the luggage and the other items all went down into the car before 5:30?
She is feeling some pressure here. I mean, you know, she's been, just imagine the mental strain that she's been under for the past however many days this cross-examination's been going on for already. And now, when Juan gets the opportunity to do, you know, comparison details, tell us what you told your attorney. Tell the lie exactly the same.
Do you remember
You
telling
know, she's backing off. She's backing off. He's got her on the ropes. He's got her on the ropes.
us that?
Not that specifically.
And you don't remember telling us that the camera was included and that it also went down before 5:30. Do you remember telling us that at all?
I don't know.
Judge, I think give him
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the evening recess. Please be back in the designated area. We can start at 10:15 tomorrow. Is everyone available? All right, we'll see you then. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Please stand for the verdict.
Innocent. I'm innocent. I guess we'll make a start on day 25 then, huh? Is there anything else we can cover? No, let's get straight into it. See what color she's wearing the next day. Not green. That didn't work out too well. All the 12 members of the jury are having mixed impressions. So how do we go here?
The jury consider after the record. On the precluded evidence.
Yes, you may do so.
Do you want me to approach and do that? May that be best.
You do that.
I think she was fair, Michelle, but I think she was able to put her bias aside in order to be fair, but she's obviously fucking pissed at the cost of this on the county and the audacity of Jodi putting those three people in the front row there through all this. You can tell that she gets pretty, you know, I mean, it doesn't come through, but you know that in her core, underneath the gown, she's rattled. Look at her. Oh, look. She's sorted her hair out a bit. God, imagine that, eh? You've just been through a full day. I mean, I think multiple days, but let's just do a day at a time. Yesterday, for a full day, you were being beaten to death by Juan Martines and his questions. Then you go back, supposedly have some form of counsel, probably quite lengthy, with your own attorneys. Then back to chow and your inch thick fire retardant mattress for a sleep on a gym mat pillow next to a toilet with no seat. Nice little relax in there. Next morning, get dressed, eat a bowl of whatever, and you're back in for more. I mean, focus, Jodi, focus. I mean, even if you were in like, if the legal system said, okay, Charlie Adelson, you've been in prison or jail for a year and a half, but now that you're going to trial, we're going to let you at least stay in a nice hotel if we can find one in Tallahassee. While the trial's going on. Even if you had like a really nice hotel with a fantastic mattress, a great shower where you could leave all the towels on the floor, knowing that you would come back that evening and they'd all be clean and hung up. Beautiful breakfast, fresh coffee, nice little desk to take notes and prepare, watch a little bit of TV, and go across the road to the courthouse. Even then, it would be horrible. But doing this highly stressful thing while you're living in jail conditions with a jail diet and so on and so on and so on must be just one of the whole worst things possible about it.
Please stand for the jury.
I still don't know if she's trying to freak the jury out. I mean, I think it's her version of begging on her knees, right? Here I am. Don't execute me. Please, please don't execute me. Obviously, she can't fall to her knees, but this is what she has as a substitute. Full body on jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
State moves to the additional exhibit 470. That's just it.
Any objection?
470.
Ma'am, yesterday we were talking about the time that you took your luggage and you placed it in your car. Do you remember we were talking about that?
Yes.
And one of the things that you were telling us was that you didn't remember what you had said on direct examination. Do you remember that?
I didn't remember the precise wording. That's correct.
Well, no, you didn't remember the time. It was more than the precise wording, wasn't it?
I don't remember the exact time. That's also correct.
And when I asked you if it was closer to 5, you weren't able to tell me, were you?
Yes.
And in fact, what the exchange was on direct examination was that you were asked, so you say you're packing your luggage or you packed your luggage in your car and you're getting ready to leave. And the question was, do you remember about what time of the day that this was when you were packing your car and getting ready to leave? And you said, I don't. It was after that. I think it was after 2, I'm sure. So it was after 2 o'clock that you took everything and put it down at the car, correct?
That makes sense.
When you say that makes sense, although it makes sense, I'm asking you if that's what happened.
Well, it would have been after 2 because before 2 we were having sex.
Pardon?
Before 2 we were otherwise engaged.
But after 2 o'clock, the way you're saying it is you're saying it could be 6 o'clock in the evening. It was after 2, specifically it was around 2 o'clock when you actually put the luggage in the car, right?
It was after 2 o'clock. I don't know how close to 2 o'clock.
Okay, so it could have been between 2 and... So you're telling us it was shortly after 2 o'clock based on that statement, right?
I just know it would have been after we did what we were doing.
And was it shortly after you did what you were doing?
Well, maybe, maybe not. I guess it's relative. I just know that it was after what we were doing. I don't remember the exact time.
I just want to know how much time after you and he got done doing what you were doing. You said 2 o'clock. What time, in terms of hour or minute, how much time elapsed after that you took your items down to the car?
I'm not sure.
And so when you say you're not sure, you were a little bit more sure on direct examination, weren't you?
Not on exact time, no.
But you were more sure about the time. Do you want me to read it back to you?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
I was more, wait, you asked me 2 questions.
Well, answer the first one then. You were ready to answer that.
I was sure that it happened after we were done having sex.
And you mentioned 2 o'clock, didn't you?
That would have been after 2 o'clock, yes.
So then you were asked, so after your car's packed and ready to go, you said you were dressed, right? You were being asked about that?
I was dressed, yes. Unless we were engaging in other things, I was always dressed.
And it was after you packed your car that you and he then went downstairs to the study, right? Or the office, however you want to call it.
We did go downstairs after the bedroom stuff, but I don't know about packing the stuff in the car.
Well, when did you pack your stuff then? You seem to have a hard time telling us when you packed your stuff.
Yes, the precise moment. I don't remember when I put things
Am I
in.
asking you for the precise moment, ma'am?
You said when?
Right. When means, if I wanted the precise moment, I'll ask you for the precise moment. When, in the sequence of events, did you pack your stuff and put it in the car?
As far as sequence of events, the most precise I can tell you is after 2 o'clock and before leaving.
And you can't get any clearer than that.
It's not there. Maybe it's somewhere there, but I don't remember.
So again, it's an issue with your memory as to when it was that you actually put the stuff in the car, correct?
That's correct.
And when you put the items in the car, did you do it alone or did Mr. Alexander help you?
I did it alone.
Do you remember telling us that perhaps Mr. Alexander helped you?
Yes, it's possible to help me with it downstairs, but usually he let me get my own luggage.
So usually means that you're telling us that you don't remember whether or not he helped you on this occasion, right?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that he helped me bring it downstairs, but I don't remember him walking me out to the car to put my own luggage in.
So you went outside and you put it in your car, right? And your car was parked out front in the driveway, correct?
It was parked in the driveway, yes.
And would it be fair to say that if your car didn't have a license plate affixed to the back, that it would make it more difficult for people to know who was driving that car?
If that were true, I guess so.
That would be the case though, right?
If there were no license plate, that would be true.
And we know that you hadn't put back.
Yeah, it would also attract attention of law enforcement. I mean, I don't know why you would drive without a fucking license plate. It's ridiculous.
At least the front license plate, you hadn't put that back, correct?
That's correct. I drove from Pasadena.
I mean, I guess you could get away with the front one. I mean, or is that dependent on what state you're in? But you know, the back one, and that's the one everyone sees.
Pasadena to Mesa with it in the floorboard.
So the answer is that's correct. It was still in the car, correct?
Yes.
And so you're inside and you're in the study and you're looking at some CDs or something, correct?
Correct.
How long does that take in terms of time?
That one took a while because it took him some time to bring up some of the images or find the disk drive on his computer. I don't remember the exact time, but it seemed to take forever.
So how long is a while to you?
I don't know. It just seemed like it dragged and dragged while he went looking for the disk drive, and I was just laying on the floor with Napoleon.
Are we talking hours? What are we talking about here?
I wouldn't say hours. It just felt like a lot longer than it should take to pop a CD into the computer and bring up some photographs that are on the CD.
So it was just one CD that was popped into the computer, right?
There were 2 CDs.
And there was this issue involving the 2 CDs, and then you and he had some sort of intimacy after that, correct?
Yes.
And the intimacy that you had after that, it was not a situation that it was
Do you believe that they had sex in his office? I'm not sure, but I guess we're going to hear about that now. I think probably not. I don't know.
unwanted by you, correct?
His downstairs office. I mean, this whole thing with him going downstairs with the CD, that probably never happened at all. I mean, it seems like the best thing, the most straightforward way to do it is that they're fucking in the bedroom for a while, and when they're done, Travis goes directly to the shower, which is where Jodi wanted him to be to take the photos and get him in that vulnerable position. So he may have not ever gone downstairs at all.
Correct?
That's correct.
It was something that you participated in willingly, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, at some point, Mr. Alexander goes to take a shower, correct?
Yes.
What did he do after the intimacy was done? Did he go anywhere? Did he do anything before he went up to the shower?
I'm not sure what he did because I left the room to go to the bathroom across the hallway.
And so you went to the bathroom across the hallway, and after using that bathroom, you came back out, right?
Yes.
And when you came back out, was Mr. Alexander in the office?
Yes.
And how long was he in the office before?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's possible, but the most logical, easy thing would be for him to go direct to the shower. Otherwise, he's going to have to go downstairs with her voodoo juice all over him.
Or the two of you went somewhere else?
A few minutes, we went upstairs
And you went upstairs to do what?
to take photographs.
And so you're telling us that he agreed with you to take photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had a conversation with the detective and that you told a different story?
No.
Well, let's listen then.
You could do some incredible, paintings of these three, couldn't you? Such expressions. Let's try and get. I forget which one is called Samantha. I think the one on the left is called Samantha, and the one on the right is called, what is it? Tanisha or something? Something like that. You do some great still life. Eyes closed again. There, I mean, just what a thing to paint that would be.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 503.
503 is admitted.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house.
I love when we go back in time to this moment. He had been cleaning his house.
So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home.
Fed Napoleon.
But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. Like he was cleaning the floors or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to, but I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I have this, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
And so it took a lot of convincing for you to get him to take those photographs, right?
Yes, I was talking about a prior incident.
Ma'am, it does indicate that it took a lot of convincing for you to take those photographs of him, correct?
Yes, but not on June 4th.
Ma'am, the photographs that I was asking you about in the shower were the ones involving, or that you were asked about on direct examination, involved him taking a shower on June 4th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's the same thing that we're talking about here on June 4th, isn't it?
No, that's the distinction. We had discussed the shower photos long before this.
So you're saying that when you told that to the detective, you're talking about something totally different other than June 4th?
A conversation that occurred before June 4th,
Ma'am,
yes.
I'm asking you if the conversation that you're having there with the detective, is it in reference to the June 4th, 2008 photographs, yes or no?
Yes, and in
Yes or no? Yes, and then an extra bit. Classic. Yeah, I absolutely see what you mean, Michelle. It's the sort of chin thing. God, look at this. It's disturbing, huh? I mean, imagine if your kid brought this home from school. I made this for you. This is you. You gonna put it on the fridge now? No, and we're getting you help. The best there is. We need a doctor in the house.
an indirect way, it obviously is, because the photos
Ma'am, yes
exist
or no?
because he agreed to do it.
Ma'am, yes or no?
I said yes.
So it does refer to the photographs on June 4th, 2008 then, right?
Yes, but not the conversation.
And ma'am, my question is, after that, it does say that it took a lot of convincing to get him to have those photographs, right? Yes or no?
That's correct.
And it also indicates that
It also indicates that, I think somewhat, Jodi knows by now that Juan Martinez is going to steamroll over her extended answers to his, what do you call it? Oh, there's a word for it, locked questions. What do you call it? Not open questions, but closed. What's the opposite of open? There we go. It's closed questions. Jodi knows by now that Juan Martinez is going to steamroll when she does her extensions to his closed questions. That's for many reasons. She wants to try and control the narrative. She doesn't want to be pushed to be locked into his narrative. But aside from all that, in some ways, I'm sure she is directing Kirk Nomi as they go through this incredibly long cross-examination, directing him for his redirect. Here's the points I want you to, redirect me on so that we can get out. And this is the narrative. I mean, Kirk Nomi is stressed. He should be taking a lot of notes on this. There's an extension to every closed question.
time he was shaving, right?
No.
It doesn't indicate that he was shaving before he took the photographs?
No, that was another incident.
Well, let's take a look at what it says again, all right?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floors or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to, but I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I have this, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
And ma'am, you heard the conversation in which you said that it took convincing, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that he was shaving prior to these photographs being taken, right?
Yes, months prior.
Ma'am, did you hear on that tape that it said he was shaving, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, one of the things that we know from what you told us previously was that, do you remember the situation of you being tied up to the bed with this rope? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And do you remember that you told us that he was engaging in performing oral sex on you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that you said it was stopped because it was uncomfortable? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And the reason that it was uncomfortable that you said was because he hadn't shaved that day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so he hadn't shaved that day, had he?
No, he did
On
not.
the day that you killed him, he hadn't shaved yet, right?
I don't think he shaved at all that day.
You don't think? Well, then let's take a look at Exhibit 159. It's not going up there, Judge. We switched it. So is there any way we could get the one back there to work?
He's like, he actually looks like he's waxed. He didn't shave, he waxed his face. You could not be more smooth. He looks like a 12-year-old boy.
All right, take a look at the Exhibit 159 that's behind you. You see that?
Yes.
Looks like he's shaved, doesn't it?
It appears that way, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like he's recently shaved, doesn't it?
It does look that way.
And you were talking to Detective Flores about him shaving prior to the photographs being taken, weren't you?
Yes, but not this day.
Ma'am, you did indicate in this excerpt of your conversation with the detective that it involved that there was this shaving before these photographs were taken. Do you remember talking about it on the excerpt?
The shaving photo shoot, yes.
Do you want me to play it for you again so you can hear what you say about the shaving previously?
No thanks, I know what I said.
Well, it appears that you're having trouble acknowledging what you said. In it, you talk about him having to be convinced, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said was that you convinced him while he was shaving, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, let's listen to it again, okay?
Christina, I think in retrospect, Kirknomi went on to count this trial as a victory for his side, stating that his job was to save her life, which he achieved. So, yeah, I mean, I think everybody was pretty clear that she was going to get a guilty verdict.
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. Like he was cleaning the floors or something. We had Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower. And it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving.
Did you hear that? It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. Did you hear yourself say that?
Yes, but that's not what
yes
I was
or no,
referring to.
ma'am? Am I?
It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I really would like to hear what was said next. I mean, I think that could help us totally clear it up. I mean, I suppose technically there is room for interpretation. She could have been talking about some previous or prior time on another day that she took a lot of time to convince him to take photos, and he was shaving on that day. It took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. But why would you even bring shaving into it? No, it's pretty clear that it's the day in question, right?
Am I asking you to expound on it? I just asked you whether or not you heard that you said it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And previous to that, we have you on the bed when you're making or having this intimate moment where you complained that it's not comfortable to you because he hadn't shaved yet, right?
Yes.
So then we take a look at exhibit number 159. he is recently shaved, correct?
It appears that
That'd be a good painting too, the picture of Travis, and the title would be 1 Minute to Live.
way.
That's because he just shaved afterwards, right? After you
I
and
didn't
he
see
were
him
in-
shave that day.
Pardon?
I didn't see him shave that day.
You did say, though, to this detective in that interview on July 16th of 2008 that it took a lot of convincing while he was shaving. You did say that,
I
right?
said when, not while. And it was actually a run-on sentence because I was referring to another day.
So you're saying that you had a rattle-on sentence. You did hear yourself saying that it took a lot of convincing when he was shaving then, right?
It sounds that way, but when is the new sentence?
Let's hear it again then, okay? So we can really understand what it said, all right?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. Like he was cleaning the floors or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some idea.
Did you hear that? That, according to you, he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. Isn't that what you said? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, but you stopped it before the sentence was over.
Ma'am, isn't that what you said?
Yes, part of what I said.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, that's part of the sentence.
Well, then let's hear it then, all right?
Afternoon, I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. Like he was cleaning the floors or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving. I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to, but I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
That's your whole statement, right?
Yes.
Involving that issue. And part of that statement says he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving, correct? That's what it says. Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
Yes or no?
Yes, part of it.
You keep saying part of it. We've
Because
heard
you're
the
not
whole-
finishing the sentence. Maybe
Ma'am.
the transcriber put a period there, but that's not the whole sentence.
Stubborn, huh? I wonder what her Chinese zodiac sign is. Let's go to the stars.
You heard it over and over again, and we've heard it, and that's what it says, right?
Yes.
Those words were uttered by your mouth back on July 16th of 2008. Yes or no?
That's correct.
Ask and answer this about half dozen times.
Sustained.
Now, you were standing there taking some pictures. And how long were you standing there taking some pictures before something happened?
I don't know.
You did have his camera, right?
Yes, I wasn't standing.
It was relatively new camera for you, right?
Yes.
It's the first time you'd ever seen it, right?
First time I ever saw it physically and held it. I can't remember if I looked it up on the internet when we were shopping for it.
So the answer is yes.
She's a metal monkey. People born in 1980, year of the monkey, are intelligent, resourceful, innovative, and talented. They have outstanding eloquence and strong desire for expressing themselves. In addition, they have a strong thirst for knowledge and love to pursue new things, like murder. Mormonism and murder. That should be the name of her autobiography. The indomitable spirit make them stick to one thing until they succeed. But Chinese zodiac monkey people born in 1980 are impatient and stubborn. What did I just say? They always think that they are very clever, so it is easy for them to be victims of their own cleverness. Interesting. They are mischievous and like to play tricks on others, so they have a bad popularity. Well, that's fucking pretty nuts, isn't it? Love and relationships. The fortune in love and relationship is pretty good for them. They have many followers in their early age, and they can easily find the right person to get married. Wrong. After getting married, there still may be some admirers around them because of their success in career. Wrong. The monkey people should take the initiative to keep a distance from them and accompany their spouses more to enhance their relationship. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Anything else, briefly? Wealth. The metal monkey's wealth fortune is bumpy. Well, let's see. There was Casa Ramos. That's it. Since they are not people who cover money, their concept of money is rather vague, and they are easily cheated by malicious people, and their impetuous character makes it difficult for them to do things calmly and make big blah, 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 blah. Well, yeah, chunk of that was really pretty accurate.
Yes, that's the first time you've ever seen that specific camera, correct?
That I recall, yes.
Well, ma'am, had you been to Mr. Alexander's home between April when you left and June 4th of 2008?
No.
And wasn't it true that it was during that time, between April of 2008 and June 4th of 2008, when you killed him, that he bought the camera, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, based on the...
Yeah, Maria, do we need a poll for that? Who's creepier, Arias or Koberger? It's Koberger. I mean, look at him. Definitely. I mean, we can do a poll. Is anyone saying Arias? I think the consensus is pretty much Koberger. And not to say Jodi's crime isn't the full level of horrific, but it was one person and based on a personal relationship that did exist. And Koberger snuck into the house and killed 4 people he didn't even know. So, I'd have to say that Koberger's crime was worse, right? I mean, they're both very, very bad. Don't get me wrong, but Koberger's crime was worse. I mean, even if it's just based on numbers.
That set of circumstances that you had never seen his camera before, correct?
Based on that solely, that's correct.
Well, are you saying that you saw this camera, his camera, previous to that day?
Yes.
And where did you see his camera if you haven't seen him before between April when you left and June of 2008 when you saw him?
He posted a picture of himself in the mirror taking a picture of his whole self in the bathroom on Facebook, and his camera is clearly in the photograph.
So how about if we do it this way? When was the first time you actually got to touch his camera? Was it on June 4th of 2008?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you had never physically manipulated or worked with his camera prior to June 4th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And June 4th of 2008, in terms of getting familiar with that camera, that was the first opportunity that you had, correct?
Correct.
You did have an opportunity when you were taking pictures of him to at least see how it worked to take photographs, right?
Yes.
You were unsuccessful in working the camera to take a video, correct?
Correct.
And that was partly because you were unfamiliar with the camera, right?
Yes.
You hadn't read the instructions, right?
I had not.
And so then, with regard to that particular camera, you start using it later on in the afternoon. About what time do you start taking these photographs in the shower, ma'am?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the time. I guess they're timed on the photos, but I can't tell you the time.
Ma'am, I'm not asking what's on here. I'm asking what you remember, what you are cognizant of.
It
Do
was
you know?
sometime
Yes or
in the
no?
afternoon.
Do you know a time? Yes or no?
No.
And so, but you, with regard to this particular camera, previously you have also told us that you have not deleted any photographs from that camera, correct?
Previously, I believe
Right.
that's correct. About the pictures of me, I said.
Ma'am, I'm asking, do you remember that we talked about this yesterday, about the photographs that were taken of you and him on the bed? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that you told us that it was he who had actually deleted the photographs from the camera. Do you remember telling us that?
Objection, that's characterized as testimony.
She said they both did.
Earl, you may answer.
I believe they were deleted, but I don't remember how that happened. I think he deleted them after we took them.
You don't remember how it happens. If you don't remember how it happens, it's fair to say that you didn't do it, right?
Objection, argument.
Sustained, rephrase.
Well, you didn't delete the photographs, did you? The sex photographs, did you?
I might have deleted them.
Well, I thought you said that just now that it was he, meaning Mr. Alexander, that deleted the photographs.
I believe it was him, but I can't be sure, so it could have been me, but I believe it was him.
Let's go with your belief. If it is your belief that he's the person that deleted the photographs, then that excludes you from deleting the photographs, right? Based on that belief.
Only if you base it on the belief, but that doesn't mean it's actually the reality.
Ma'am, everything that you tell us from the witness stand is your belief, isn't it?
I'm just saying they got deleted.
Yes or no? Everything that you're telling us is what you believe, right? If we're going to use the word believe.
It's the truth to the best of
I'm
my
not
memory.
asking you if it's the truth. Am I asking you if it's the truth?
Yes.
I am asking you that? I thought the word was
Maybe
believe. Isn't it true that I'm asking you what you believe? And you told us that you believe it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the photographs of you and he having sex.
What was the question?
The question is, isn't it true, ma'am, that you just told us that you believe it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the photographs of you and he having sex on the bed?
I believe it was him, yes, but I'm not sure.
But you believe that, right?
It's likely, but I'm not sure. I believe it was probably him.
And if he's the one, assuming that we adopt your belief, if he's the one that deleted the photographs, then up to that point, when you're taking photographs of him in the shower, you haven't deleted any photographs from his camera yet, correct?
Not necessarily, no, that's not correct.
Well, the only photographs that are on that camera that were taken that day when you got there are the ones involving the sex. You're aware of that, right?
No, that's not true.
Well, you took other photographs that day?
Yes, in the shower.
Well, we're not there, are we?
I don't know, you go all over the place.
Well, you keep trying to be critical but not answering the questions. Are you having problems following? If you are, let me know. But we're talking about the deletion of photographs. Do you have any problem understanding that that's the topic?
No.
And do you have any problem, first of all, understanding that you believe that it was Mr. Alexander who deleted the sexual photographs? You told us that you believed that.
See you later, Allison. Good luck at the pharmacy.
He usually deleted those,
Yes
so I'm not
or
sure.
no? I'm not asking you what he did. Isn't it true that you just told us that?
Oh yeah, I did just say that.
And based on that, the next time that his camera was used was when you were taking photographs of him in the shower, right?
That's correct.
And if that's the next time that you are using the photograph, or that the two of you are using the camera, then before that time, when you are taking photographs of him in the shower, you, based on your belief, have never deleted any items from his camera, right?
No.
You think that you deleted something else even though there were no other photographs taken?
I believe it's possible, and I can't say definitively.
There were only 2 instances of voluntary photograph taking with his camera that day, correct?
Correct.
There was the one involving the sex, right?
Yes.
There was the one of him in the shower, right?
Yes.
There were the involuntary photographs, right?
Yes.
And you've just told us that between the sex pictures and the shower pictures, you believe you did not delete any photographs from his camera, correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
But you said that's what you believe. Do you remember just telling that just minutes ago?
Yes, I believe that, but that doesn't mean it's concrete. I may have deleted
Ma'am,
photos.
I'm just asking you whether or not you told us that that's what you believe. That's all I'm asking you. In other words, did you just tell us minutes ago that that's what you believe? Yes or no?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I think I said that.
So if that's the truth and we're going on your belief, when he was in the shower, you began to snap photographs of him, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to get the Calvin Klein look, right?
Yes.
And before this time that you were taking photographs of him in the shower, you had not, based on your belief, ever deleted any images from that photograph, from that camera, correct?
No.
That's not correct?
That's not correct.
All right. Tell me when you deleted any images from that photograph between the time that he deleted the sex pictures and after he deleted the sex pictures and you began to take the photographs of him in the shower. Between that period of time, when did you delete photographs from that camera?
I can't say definitively when, or even if, but I can't say whether Travis did either.
No, I'm going from the time that from your belief, just from your belief, ma'am. Immediately, seconds after, he's deleted those images, according to your belief, seconds after, and to the time when you first start taking the photographs. When did you delete anything from that camera?
Either of us could have deleted it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you?
Either of us could have deleted the pictures.
I'm not asking that. You keep avoiding the question, ma'am. The question is when. Give me the circumstances. When.
So, am I right in thinking that the mute button is not working? and I've just been eating nuts. Man, that WhatsApp call really fucked us up. You know, it's some almonds, okay? I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to reset this mic. I must be using the laptop mic. You guys can hear me right now, yeah? Huh. Okay. Okay.
When you, starting at the point that I just mentioned, to the time of taking the photographs in the shower, when did you do anything to delete photographs from his camera?
Sometime after they were taken. That's all I can say.
So sometime
I deleted them sometime after they were taken. Amazing, Jodi.
after what was taken?
The photographs that were deleted.
So you didn't delete the sex photographs. Now we have the photographs that you're taking in the shower. Are you saying now that you deleted some other photographs in between?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's what I want. So you're not familiar with the camera in terms of how to delete photographs, are you?
At what point? Because I did
At the
become
point
familiar.
before you had deleted any photographs.
That's correct.
And so that if you needed to delete it, go through the process of deleting a photograph, it would then be a first time for you, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And so you then tell us that you take this photograph, 160, and that this is at 5:30 and 30 seconds, and that's on June 4th, 2008, right?
Yes.
You were the person that was handling the camera when this photograph was taken, right?
Yes.
The door was open, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander was seated there, right?
Yes.
And what you told us on direct examination is that that's also an inadvertent photograph, correct?
It is.
What you're saying is that the camera was twirling and coming down at the time that this photograph was taken, right?
No,
She mischaracterizes her testimony. She never said that.
Overruled. You may answer.
that's not correct.
Well, what was the camera doing when this photograph was taken?
I have no idea.
Well, you were there, right?
We were looking at him, so I must have moved it. Because I kept showing him and then moving it back and showing him, moving it back. And then we would delete the ones he didn't like.
Do you remember on direct examination indicating that there was a fumble sort of movement with regard to this photograph, and that's why this is also an inadvertent photograph?
Not this photo.
This is the last in the sequence. This is at 5:30 before the other shot. This is the last in the sequence.
There's my question, Judge.
Isn't this the last in the sequence before there is the other shot of the ceiling, which is at exhibit number 161?
So I just switched back to the studio mic. I see that I was on a headphone mic before, so does the microphone sound different now? Maybe it's not as good.
Of the ceiling.
That's correct.
So, are you saying now that this was not an inadvertent photograph?
No, I'm not saying that.
So it is an inadvertent photograph, right?
Yes, it is.
What were the circumstances that made this an inadvertent photograph?
Objection, asked Sheriff said she didn't know.
Overruled.
The only way that would be an inadvertent photograph is if my finger inadvertently hit the shutter release button.
Is that what you did, inadvertently hit the shutter?
Obviously, yes.
No, there's nothing obvious about it, ma'am. It's a photograph. It is in focus, isn't it?
Yes.
And if we compare it to the other photograph, which is exhibit number 161, this is not in focus, is it?
No.
The previous 160 is, though, right?
Yes.
How can you tell us just by looking at this that this is an inadvertent photograph if it is well in focus and the subject is sitting there aimed at this individual? Why is it that you tell us that this is an accidental or inadvertent photograph?
Okay, so I switched back to headphone mic. Yeah. I'll have to run some tests tomorrow, but we're almost done tonight, so we'll just stay on the headphones. But let's just do a quick test now. So this is the headphone microphone, and
This is the studio microphone. So that's too quiet. And if I boost it, see if you got the buzz, you got that screech. So that's microphone, studio mic with microphone boost. Is that better? There's something wrong with the mic. Okay, well, we'll just boost. Go back to headphones.
there, we're on headphones now. Okay.
Photograph.
Because all of those photos were intended to be waist-up shots.
So all the photos are intended to be waist-up shots. That doesn't tell us that this is an inadvertent photograph, does it?
It's certainly not intentional, so it is inadvertent.
You were holding the camera securely when this photograph was taken, correct?
I don't know what you mean by securely. I was just holding it to the best of my ability.
Right. The same as you were with regard to the other photographs, right?
Yes.
You were holding it as securely with this photograph as you were with the other photographs, right?
Yes.
And this photograph then is taken when you applied pressure to the button that takes the photograph, correct?
That's how it works.
And that's how it works for the other photographs too, right?
Yes.
And in this particular case, this photograph is not out of focus, so there's really nothing that tells us from the photograph itself that this was inadvertent, right?
From the photo itself, yes, it's inadvertent because I wouldn't take a picture of that.
But it's your word that you wouldn't take that shot, right? That's what you're saying. And it's because it shows his buttock area that you say it's inadvertent, right?
That's correct.
Did he get mad when you took a picture of his buttocks?
No, we just deleted it.
No, I'm not asking you anything about deleting it. I'm asking you whether or not he was angry at the time.
Not at that point, he wasn't angry.
Was he angry at the time that you took this photograph on June 4th, 2008 at 5:30 and 30 seconds, ma'am?
Not at that point.
That's the point I'm asking you about. I'm not asking you about any other time. Was he angry at that point? Yes or no?
No.
And so you then still had the camera in your hand and had not, according to you, dropped it, right?
That's correct.
Were you and he talking when these photographs were being taken?
Yes.
And were you asking him how to pose?
I don't recall asking him any specific poses, just whatever.
Wasn't this for you? Isn't this something that you wanted?
It was for him. That's why it was on his camera.
I thought the conversation that you had with this detective was that, quote, it took a lot of convincing, whether it was then or another time. If it takes a lot of convincing, it means it's your idea, not his, right?
Initially, it was my idea.
So you're agreeing then that it was your idea to have this photography session.
Yes.
And Exhibit 159, he's now sitting down, right?
Yes.
And when he's sitting there, it was you who was directing this photograph because you liked the way the water was coming on his face, didn't you?
Yes.
So you were the person that was directing him on where to be and how to sit, right?
Yes. I guess. He
Pardon?
was sitting, so I just told him to look at the camera.
Pardon?
I mean, he was sitting and he was standing at one point.
Ma'am, he's standing through some of these photographs, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point toward the end, he's sitting down, right?
Yes.
Right before this attack happened, he's sitting down, right?
Yes.
And you're the one that's directing the taking of these photographs because you want to get the Calvin Klein look, right?
Well, that was with the water, so I didn't have to direct him. The water did the work on that.
Ma'am, I'm not asking you about what the water is doing. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about this man's physical positioning inside of that shower. And some of these photographs in the beginning, he's standing, isn't he?
Yes.
Let's take a look at one of them so that we know what we're talking about. (141). Exhibit 1.
She's trying to work out at which point to start crying, and it comes. We're not going to get to it today. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's when Juan is like, "Ma'am, were you crying when you shot him in the face? Were you crying when you were stabbing him? Were you crying when you slashed his throat?"
141, he's standing there, right?
Yes.
And you're the one taking these photographs, right?
Yes.
Then if we go to the exhibit that we've been talking about, which is exhibit 159, he's now seated, right?
Yes.
You're the one that's telling him what position to get in so you can get this Calvin Klein effect that you want, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, isn't this what this photographic session is about? Isn't that what you told us it was about?
The Calvin Klein?
Yeah, the Calvin Klein look, right?
Something to that effect.
That's what what we heard you say, right?
Yes.
So if you're the person that's taking the photographs, you're also the person that's telling him, stand this way, stand that way, or sit down, aren't you?
It was mutual.
I know
wasn't
no one's
directing.
asking whether or not he consented to sit down. I'm asking who was directing him in these poses. It was you, wasn't it?
Yes, and him, both of us.
Well, it was you who was behind the lens, and it was you who wanted to get a certain look, right?
Yes, with the water.
And it was all about this Calvin Klein thing that you wanted, right?
Yes.
I thought on direct examination you told us something about him wanting pictures because he was going to go to Cancun. Which one is it, ma'am?
Not because he was going to Cancun, when his body was cut the way it was in this photo.
So which one is it? The Calvin Klein sort of ambience, or is it he wants these pictures for Cancun? Pick one.
It's not for Cancun.
And didn't you indicate on direct examination that he was going to go to Cancun, he was proud of his body, and he wanted to pose for you because he wanted those sort of as a memento of how good he looked before he went to Cancun. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
So which one is it?
It's both.
Even though you told Detective Flores nothing about that, right?
About what?
Well, what is it that we're talking about?
We're talking about a few different things right now.
You get deja vu a lot in this cross-examination, don't you?
The last one that we were talking about.
The
Cancun issue, ma'am. You never told the detective about the Cancun issue, did you?
What Cancun issue? That's one of my favorite lines from the whole play. Because it feels like a play. Imagine this as a play.
What Cancun issue?
Do you remember that we're talking about Travis Alexander? Let's start with that.
Yes, I remember that.
That's why we're here, because you killed him, right?
Yes.
And with regard to Mr. Alexander, he was going to Cancun, right?
Yes.
And you testified about him going to Cancun on direct examination, right?
Yes.
And you told us that the purpose of these pictures was because he was proud of his body because he'd been working out. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, that's correct.
And that he now, when he went to Cancun, would be able to wear whatever swimwear, whatever it is that they wear out on the beach, right?
Yes.
And that he wanted to memorialize that through a picture so that he could keep it. Do you remember telling us that on direct examination?
It wasn't worded that way, but that's more or less correct.
Sure. And in fact, though, what you told the detective back on June 16th of 2008 is something entirely different about these photographs, right?
Just another aspect of the same thing.
Pardon?
It was another aspect of the same thing.
Well, you do tell the detective that it takes a lot of convincing, right?
Yeah, in January it did.
Sure, it took a lot of convincing. If it takes a lot of convincing, then why are you telling us that he really wanted the photographs? On the one hand, can you see that you're telling us he wanted the photographs, And on the other hand, you're telling us, no, he didn't want the photographs. Which one is it? Pick one.
Objection, compound question. We're talking about two different incidents, one in January, one in June.
Restate your question.
Ma'am, with regard to this photography session on June 4th of 2008, you've made two statements about it. Yes, he did want the photographs taken, or no, he needed convincing. Either one. Just tell me either one.
Well, he did need convincing when we initially discussed it, and on June 4th.
Yeah, Michelle. Michelle says, and she remembers her exact wording verbatim when she was on direct. Yeah, and she'll remember it all again when it comes to redirect.
He was ready for it because his body was more toned.
So you're saying he wanted it on June 4th of 2008. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
And you did not say that to this detective back on July 16th of 2008, right?
I didn't specify.
No, you didn't say it, did you?
Say what?
What
That
we're
he wanted
talking
it.
about. Why is it that you have a hard time understanding these questions when they are in conflict with what you're telling us?
Objection, argumentative. Motion story.
Sustained.
With regard to the detective, you did not tell him that Mr. Alexander wanted his picture taken in the shower, correct?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 249. Do you recognize what's here?
Yes.
And this is a schematic diagram of Mr. Alexander's bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And it also includes the closet, correct?
Yes.
It also includes
The
bedroom,
blood?
right?
Yes.
And the rope that we talked about was behind here, behind the bed, right?
That's right.
All right, ma'am. These photographs that you were taken, at some point, take a look at exhibit number 161. And the time is 5:31 and 14 seconds. That photograph is snapped, correct?
Correct.
And this is the door to the shower, right?
Yes.
This is the light above the shower, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander is seated down here, isn't he?
Yes.
And we saw a picture of him seated, correct? He hadn't moved from that position, right?
Yes.
You were standing, right?
I was kneeling at that point.
And this right here is the door to the closet, correct?
Yes.
We go back to exhibit number 249. Where were you when that photograph was snapped? And I'm talking about, so we can be specific if you want to look at it, 161. Where were you when this photograph was snapped?
I was somewhere maybe slightly to the left of the circle number 4.
Why don't you point to it?
It was somewhere in this area.
So you were immediately right in front of the shower, right?
A few feet back, so there was no water on the camera.
And Mr. Alexander was still seated, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you were kneeling, right?
Yes.
So that the distance between you and the floor was not that great, correct?
No, that's correct.
And this photograph here, 160, the last one before that, were you also kneeling on this one?
Yes.
You were?
Yes.
And this would show the distance between, obviously, the lens and the subject. Are you saying that that's 2 feet?
It's not necessarily the distance because the lens had a zoom.
right? So I'm asking you how far away were you?
I was a few feet, not too, maybe a little bit farther so the water didn't splash on the camera.
You hadn't moved from this position when you took this photograph, when the other photograph was snapped, right?
No, that's not right. We were looking at photos.
You what?
We were looking at the pictures, reviewing them.
So when you took this photograph, which is the one of him at 5:30:30, and then there was this other photograph of 161, were you in the same position? I'm not asking if there was any deletion of photographs in between. I'm just asking if you were in the same area when these two photographs were snapped. That's all I'm asking.
I was in the same general spot, but there was some adjusting.
All right? And you pointed to that general spot for us, correct?
Yes.
And you said that that was a couple of feet away, right?
Yes.
And that was right around there, right?
Around there, yes.
And so you say you dropped the camera, right?
I did.
Where did the camera go?
I dropped it when I was facing this way. It landed on the mat right about here and sort of did a little double bounce onto the tile right there.
Well, you said you dropped the camera right around here, correct?
Yes.
And the camera then came
It rolled a little bit.
south then, right?
Yes.
In this direction, correct? How far did the camera roll?
It was right sort of against, it didn't touch, but it was sort of against the bathtub.
So the bathtub's over here.
Right.
This right here is the dividing wall between the shower and the bathtub. Do you understand that or not?
Yes.
So the camera then came this way, right?
It was right sort of up against the bathtub, but it didn't hit the porcelain part of the bathtub.
And there was a bath mat that was here, wasn't there?
I don't recall a bath mat being there. I just know the shower mat was there.
So there was a shower mat there? Is that what
Right
you-
outside of the shower. That's the only mat that I can remember being there.
And the camera is then right about here, right?
In that vicinity.
Right? And what happens when the camera comes to rest in this position? What happens next?
Travis snapped.
When you say Travis snapped, he manifested something. What did he do?
He got very angry. He stood up, stepped out of the shower, all the while calling me an effing
Screaming
idiot.
at you. Bad stuff, right? Cursing at you, right?
I remember the F word. I don't know how much cursing there was.
And
I
the
think
F
there
word
was-
being what? You can say it. You've said it in text messages. Go ahead.
He said fucking,
He said fucking what?
that I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay? He said you were a fucking idiot. And he's standing...
And I think that might be the best place that we can leave it for tonight. He said fucking. He said fucking what? That I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, he called you a fucking idiot. Say it one more time.
An effing
Screaming
idiot.
at you. Bad stuff, right? Cursing at you, right?
I remember the F word. I don't know how much cursing
He said F. And then he said mother F.
there was.
And
I
the
think
F
there
word
was-
being what? You can say it. You've said it in text messages. Go ahead.
He said fucking,
He said fucking what?
that I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay? He said you were a fucking idiot. And he's standing up when he says this, right?
As he was standing up or whatever. I don't know the exact position he was in when those words were uttered.
So he was either standing or moving up to stand when he started cursing, right?
Yes, I don't know how much cursing. Stepped out of the
The F
there
word
was-
being what? You can say it. You've said it in text messages. Go ahead.
He said fucking,
He said fucking what?
that I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay? He said you were a fucking idiot. And he's standing...
And then he body slammed me. Right on the tile. He just lifted up my whole being and smashed me down on the rocks. Travis snapped. Fucking, do you remember Amber Heard? The monster. The monster. His eyes turned all black. Oh. God. Be great if Amber Heard could go to Perryville prison and do some art with Jodi. Be like a great reality TV. Yeah. Okay, I think we're gonna leave it there. Just gone midnight for all you crazy cats. So, I mean, it is Adelson month. It's August, and there's a lot of pre-trial Adelson we gotta do. But I think we need to intelligently at least finish this cross. I'm gonna go through the rest of this tomorrow, find out, what it is duration wise, how much is left. Maybe see if I can cut anything out. It does get a little bit repetitive, right? And then redirect's gonna be like a fucking week. So maybe we'll just finish the cross, nice little trimmed down version. We're about to head into the full attack, right? Travis, what is it? Travis snapped, body slams Jodi, calls her a fucking idiot, and then, she had to shoot him in the face. And so on. So I think we should at least finish that. Let's keep some continuity, and then we'll make some space for some great Adelson content pre-trial. Try to work out how to handle the trial. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be there for this one. Roll on, Wendy. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe just doing a straight live stream of it in the day, possibly without any interruptions from yours truly, just so we can watch it all together. We can chat and then possibly do like nightly highlights or something like that. It's got to be there's got to be like an optimal way to handle Donna Adelson's trial. So we're working on that. We're going to find out what that is, and then we're going to achieve it. We'll be back tomorrow, folks. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for the comments and the supporters. Fantastic supporters, fantastic moderators. Michelle, the lady with the golden scissors. Yeah, okay, well, we'll be back 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern. Around that time, we'll try and put up a notification nice and early in the day. And, linebacker. Yeah, thank you, Christina. That's a great one. The demonstration. Love that. All right. Yeah, okay. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Everybody have a safe drive home. Sweet dreams. Adios.